for no reason. And then her aide showed up. Now she's living in some sort of, I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there. So one of the things that threw me off was she lives in some sort of housing. I'm not exactly sure. It's not like a what do you call it? It's an apartment. It's not like a nursing home. So it might just be somewhere where aides can come in and out. But her aide showed up one day. Now, everybody who has aides that help them, they're usually excited to see them. It could be assisted living. That's exactly what it could be. So her aide shows up, and Peach Baby calls the agency to complain that she's there when she's supposed to be on vacation. That is so, like, backwards. I could see if your aide was going to be there and they didn't show up and you found out they were on vacation and you call and say nobody's here to aid me. But to call because she showed up, that was weird to me. Right off the bat. Right off the bat, I was like, that's backwards. So now I'm going to keep watching. What's your name? Rorco? I agree. She makes sure she sits there with her. She doesn't have an oxygen tank. She has an oxygen compressor. Like it's a big boy. Now I'm sure she has an oxygen tanker too, so that when she leaves, or she might have one of those new ones where it's like in like a bag. It's not even that big anymore. Oh, a concentrator? Okay, I'm sorry. That thing was so big, I thought it was a compressor. Anyway, let me get to the story. So, one of the lives I saw, she was talking to her daughter because her daughter just had a baby and was in the hospital. And at first she was like, my family doesn't like me because I'm in, where is she? How am I forget where she is? It's not Texas. Like all of her family's in New Orleans. What state is she in, guys? She's in Vegas, right? Wait a minute, Bella. I'm gonna get there. Oh, no, she's not in Louisiana unless she's lying to her people. Because according to her, she's not in Louisiana. And she was talking about how she couldn't get there and she cried to everybody. Yeah, she says she's in Vegas. Now, because I think other things are a lie, I'm not even sure anymore. Wait a minute, what did you say? Hello, good morning. Well, Bella, at one point, people were in Louisiana. She's supposed to be in Vegas. So she has the phone call on live. So she had just been crying that her family doesn't have anything to do with her because she's in Vegas and they're in Louisiana and she can't get there, blah, blah, blah. She calls the daughter and the daughter is gracious as all get out. She's like, Mom, I understand. Yes, I'm okay. Baby is good, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, she just said her family doesn't want anything to do with her. Like, odd, right? Cool. So I stopped watching for a little while because I was like, maybe not. Maybe my spidey senses is off. And I should have known better. Of course my spidey senses weren't off. And I'm starting to believe that spidey senses come with age. But I'm trying to show you guys the, what's what I'm looking for? the consistency throughout so that you guys can get spidey senses quicker than I did. But so I go into one of her lives and she's bawling. And everybody in the comments were like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry." And the story was that her daughter was unalived by a drunk driver in New Orleans. And I felt bad because that happens every day, unfortunately, in this country. And so I was like, oh my goodness. And I mean bawling. I've never even seen her fake throw up. That's hilarious. So she starts trying to raise money for the ticket. And I'm not going to begrudge any mother that. Like, I get it. You're a mother. You need to be there. Mothers shouldn't be burying their children. Like, I get it. So I just watched. And people were like, oh, look up Amtrak and look up bereavement. Now, bereavement travel was a thing. They used to take your word for it. And when they realized people were just trying to get a ticket, they required proof. Well, then people started faking the proof, so they've gotten rid of it. They're like, if you want to fly here or travel here, you're going to do it the right way. And that means pay the whole bill. Good morning, good morning. So I leave. I'm sorry. Before I left, she was laughing and joking with her chat, and I was like, I'm sorry. I understand she lives alone and TikTok has made her day. You could tell. Like, she loves to be there. She loves to have people to talk to. She always got something to say. She always has somebody or something to complain about. And she literally called one of her neighbors one day, like 911. You could tell he rushes into the door and she's like, when you go to the store, can you get me some juice or whatever it was? And he was like, that's what you called me for? She was like, yeah. She is accustomed to people around her taking care of her. It's like she bosses them around. Like they work for her. But doesn't want the aid there. So I was like, that's odd. Like all of a sudden you're okay? Okay. So I come back a couple of days later and I ask her, did you get the money to travel to New Orleans? Or did you buy the ticket to travel to New Orleans? Is how I think I said it. And she said to me, no, I don't have the money to go. Okay. And I felt bad because I'm like, she has all of this family in New Orleans and nobody would make sure she got to her own daughter's funeral? Like, okay. And then I saw her on another account, which is, I was watching her on Peach Baby. Wow, she's looking for the rent. I was watching her on Peach Baby, and my people sent me, or they posted it in the group chat, and it was New Orleans Saints. I was like, that's interesting, because that's not the account I've been watching her on. And on New Orleans Saints, her story was completely different about about the daughter, and how she told them that the son-in-law won't let her come. Oh yeah, she definitely has stuff taped behind her, on sticky notes, which is again so weird. And of course she has pets, y'all, that the neighbors have to come and take for a walk. Of course we have pets. I think it's 2 dogs. It's at least one, but I think it's 2. And so I'm like, wait a minute. Your son-in-law won't let you go? That's not what you said 2 days ago. Well, I've seen the concentrator, so it's there and it's hooked up. Whether she needs it 24/7, I don't know. Yeah, job. Me too. Like when I first, but I'm telling you, my spidey senses haven't failed me yet. So I was like, I didn't say anything. I think I was too shocked. And people were in the comments like, why would a son-in-law do that? And blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. Right? And I feel the same way. But you have a whole nother adult daughter that couldn't bring you to New Orleans? Like people, all this family you have couldn't get together and bring you and tell your brother-in-law, cousin, whatever, you're out of line? Now it's one of two things. She's lying, which I err on that side, or family doesn't want you around for a reason. There's a reason. But I'm going to err on the side of lying because the next story was outrageous. So back on Peach Baby, she has a new story to tell. Wait a minute. What 62? She's 62 years old? Please don't tell me she's 62. Because this is going to make this... Yes, people did look up the funeral home. Bella, you did say that. And there's no funeral. You did say that. Is she 62? Is that what you guys were saying? Oh, that's what you heard her say? That makes this next story hilarious. So she's back on Peach Baby, and she says that she has 4-year-old twins. 4-year-old twins. Oh, good morning, Georgie. She has 4-year-old twins. And I immediately was like, ma'am, be for real. Always an excuse. Once they figure out it could damage the story, they're gonna start lying and say stuff like, well, they wouldn't tell me, I didn't know, so why were you so sure the other day? So she says, I have 4-year-old twins, a boy and a girl, that were adopted by their godmother because when they said that I had lung cancer and stomach cancer, they didn't think I would survive, so I let them be adopted. But they're 4. And in 4 years, you're still here and kicking. Bella. And then she proceeds to tell everybody. She asked him, what is St. Jude's? I'm going to have to do some research. And I'm like, St. Jude's? And she said, oh, because my 4-year-old little girl has leukemia. Of course she was on already. Meepers, there is nothing about this woman that says to me that 5 years ago she was getting it in. Not a single thing about her. And so she has people in the comments like, oh my God, she just lost a daughter and now her 4-year-old has leukemia. And people were like, St. Jude's is a great hospital. And I'm like, are y'all really drinking the Kool-Aid? with a little bit of C-Rack in it? Like, what? Does she look like somebody with 4-year-old twins? I agree with you. Wait a minute. Racism? That's hilarious. Racism is violence. Stick around because I got a story for you. Be for real. Like, how caught up do you get with somebody that would clearly makes no sense? Clearly makes no sense. Or is it coddling? Like, oh, we don't want to upset her. And then a few minutes later, she's back to laughing and joking and having a good time. No, she not. She sits on that couch all day. What you mean? Good morning, MLA. I enjoyed the part of your life that I got to see. Keep bringing it to Maggie. Because I saw her at the event, and then last night I found out it was a BET event in California. People who give to her head examined. My mom used to say that. You need to have your head examined. What? She's going places y'all can't go. Some of them people can't even afford to go to the next state. Forget about across the country to a VIP BET event. BET is Black Entertainment Television, if you weren't sure. And All For One thinks her aide was with her. So that means either she used her check to pay for the aide, or she begged enough to get the aide. But boo-boo, you ain't in the hotel no more. It's going to be time to pay that rent, baby. But she doesn't care because she literally will come on and just say, I need my... She won't... I don't know. She will say her rent because she doesn't care. I was going to say, I'm not even sure if she'll tell them it's the rent. She doesn't care. And now it's $70, $50 so you can make my haters mad. Ma'am, make your haters mad? If people who repeatedly give to her want to continue to give to her and end up... I'm sorry, I done gone completely off topic, but she pisses me off. Because she's taking... Oh, I'm sure she does, Granny. She takes complete advantage of people, and they're so busy wrapped up in her nonsense, they can't see it either. Same thing with this one. And I have to say, Marissa kept coming in here and telling me, you gotta watch her, you gotta watch her. And I kept hesitating because clearly there's a delay. But now, don't laugh at me. It took me a while to listen, but I finally listened to you. And I think it's even gotten worse now than it was then. Like, it's out of control. Yep, Georgie, again, red flag on the play. When they say let's make the haters mad, you can pretty much guarantee that that's the case. Just like anything helps. So, Peach Baby, they are. I'm going to get there. They were on the list. So, Peach Baby, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to call you a liar. Oh, thank you, CJ. Yes. Welcome to everybody. If this is your first time here, I appreciate you being here. You don't have to friend me. You don't have to give me a heart me. Stick around. And if you think I bring value, follow. I go live Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 6:30 a.m. And if you don't see me by 6:40, come and look and see if I have a post that I can't make it. And the only thing I ask, especially for people who are new, every time I change the photo, like the live, it keeps the live safe and it pushes me out to the FYP. I meant to tell you guys the other day, 30% of the people who came in were from the FYP. So thank you. Thank you. Yeah, she was a trip yesterday. She's on the list. Believe that. Good morning, good morning. She's on the list today because when you go left on me, I'm bringing you to the morning live. And what I heard about what happened after I left, I'm going to have to go watch that video. But I was told by a credible source. But I'm going to go watch it. If you're not already, go. If you've missed anything that I've talked about or what you've seen other people, and a lot of people will post clips, Scam Slam's YouTube channel, and I think it's Scam Slam 411. The thing I like about the way she does it is that she created playlists for each scammer. So if there's somebody in particular you'd like to watch, you could look at them that way. Or if you go to videos and do newest to oldest, you'll, like if you missed Lisa yesterday, you can just go see the I'm from Australia. Can you come on? Oh, I'm from Australia. Oh, thank you, Cal. I love Australia. That is one of the places on my bucket list. I've been watching this TV show Travel Guides. Have you ever watched that show? I adore it. I adore it. Was too early for me. Oh, yep, you watch it too? It is the best. I love it. So, okay. Peach Baby, I'm calling you a liar. A, because Bella called the funeral home. B, if my daughter passed away unexpectedly from a drunk driver, I would struggle with that for a very long time, especially if I wasn't allowed to go. And if she had said my doctor won't allow me to travel, that would make more sense. But the son-in-law won't let you show up. Picture anybody telling me I couldn't show up to my child's, like the last, maybe you know how they do the wait. That might be my last time seeing my child, and somebody's gonna tell me I can't go. Be for real. Be for real. And now you have 4-year-olds. Girl, bye. Miss me with that. Oh, so exciting. What you talking about? So excited. Is this your first? Oh, yeah, it's your first. Let me tell you something. Your life is about to change. Your life is about to change. Thank you, MLA Red. Please go follow her. If y'all think that I'm calm and patient, I have nothing on MLA Red. Nothing. She is sweet, kind, patient. She tries to make sure they get to resources better than me. Thank you, honey. Better than me. Oh, goodness. What you talking about? Congratulations. It is literally going to change your life. Oh, you're in Canada, Karina? Okay, cool. I'm not kidding, MLA Red. I'm not kidding. I'm not blowing smoke up your ass. Y'all don't hear me doing that about everybody. Okay. If you're new here, the reason why you see their acts, you will always see that, is because I don't want you to take my word for it. I want you to go follow it yourself and go watch. Especially if it's somebody you never heard of. Go watch. And see if you see the same things I see. But do not drink the Kool-Aid. Okay, who is next? Let me see, let me see, let me see. Who do we want to do? Black Mamba. Now, I brought attention to him some time ago. He's been, because a lot of people didn't know who he was, but he's been doing this for years. When I first, oh, yep, thank you, Sherry. Tap the screen. I've changed the photo. And if you're not sure why I asked for that, I asked for it for two reasons. Because some people don't like what I'm doing, and so they like to report my live. And by you tapping the screen, it's letting TikTok know I'm doing something right. And more importantly, I end up on the FYP. So thank you. Those are the reasons in case you didn't know. And welcome to everybody who's come in. So over time, I've learned more about Black Mamba and his lengthy history with begging. I don't go and look for people's personal information. I mainly talk about the things they do in their life that throws my spidey senses off. And then I talk about what they say in the live and show you where it goes left. Other people do a great job of showing you the history, doing a deep dive. That's not my particular platform, but I suggest you go watch them all because then it gives you a rounder view of the person. But I had heard that people gave him money years ago to buy a camper, which he tried to say he worked for. Now they gave it to you. And then you lost it and you blamed it on your family. Oh, Jamie, I don't know, but don't worry about it, honey. So, I'm talking about him today because he's blocked me and unblocked me so many times because he is very block happy. And he used to go live in his hotel room without a shirt on. He is a trans man. Doesn't bother me at all. But I think he was so proud of the top surgery he had gotten that he would often wear or not wear a shirt in his lives. And I used to show a picture of it because that's what he looked like every day. But I started watching him while he was in the hotel room. It was 2 months after his mother passed away, but I thought it had been a year because he kept saying anniversary, anniversary. And he was tying it to the fact that because he was still, he was grieving that it was the anniversary, that he needed help to stay in the hotel because his mental health was off. So I assumed it was a year. No, it had been 2 months. He is the kind of person that will use any and everything to beg. Anything. Somebody didn't call him back. Can you please help me? My mental health is off. Somebody looked at me funny. Can you please help me? My mental health is off. Very manipulative. And not only is he manipulative, he has standards he can't afford to have. So the other day, he was in his live. Wait a minute. Let me look at my notes. Okay, there we go. He claims that he is working at Annie Ann's $12 an hour. Now that's brand new because the whole time that I've been watching him, he's never had a job. But I think his money is slowing down, and so he needed to. At one point, he was bragging about going to college and how people should see it as progress. And then we find out that no, he's not enrolled in college. He enrolled in like a class. And it was probably a free one at that. Good morning, Sharon. I'm glad to see you here because now we can go to that in a moment. So, he feels like if you gave him money in the past, even if you gave him money right now, 5 minutes later he can block you and you shouldn't have anything to say about it. If you've helped him in the past and can't help him now, he'll block you. If you he will say, I don't get upset with people for not being able to help me. Likes and shares, does the same, is like equal to him. And that he has lots of friends that have never given him anything. And then he'll block somebody saying, I'm sorry, I don't have the money, but I'll tap your screen. He uses being transgender as an excuse. He uses his mother passing away as an excuse. He uses his mental health as an excuse. But this has been going on for years. And he's a young man, right? And I understand that everybody has problems. I understand that a lot of people have mental health issues. I'm not even going to negate that he says that. My problem is why are you using it as the excuse for you being unable to move in your life? And let's be honest, $12 an hour is not going to pay for that hotel. So he's not going to stop begging. Now, I'm proud that he has a job at all because for the months I was watching him, I think I've been watching him a year. Job where? Job where? So then I find out that, again, he says he's been doing this for 3 years. It's more like 5. And he convinced them, because this is when begging on social media wasn't a thing. So when people did it, and they, wrap themselves in all of these problems, women or men who had mental health issues but had made their a successful life regardless would feel bad and send the money. So he got the money to get the camper because, of course, he said he was homeless because his family kicked him out because they didn't accept his lifestyle or his change. I don't really know how to describe it. I don't want to be disrespectful. So he said he was living in the camper, that he had done all these things to get the camper like in a great condition so that he could live in it. And he was living in it one place. But then at some point he moved it to the mom's house because he needed to use, I think, the kitchen and the bathroom. And then he claims that on the Thanksgiving, he was helping his mom cook. And his sister who doesn't like him, of course, was upset about him touching the food she paid for. And he even threw her under the bus and said she used her EBT to buy all the food for Thanksgiving. And you wonder why family members aren't going to like you. Like, you keep adding fuel to the fire. But anyway, he said all he was doing was helping his mom cook. And they got into a big blowout. The mom couldn't control it. So she called 911. And of course, because he feels he was attacked first and he was defending himself, he's flabbergasted that he was the one arrested. And that then somehow the family got rid of the camper behind his back. What could they do? Send it to the junkyard? Have it towed? Like, what could they do to it? And if it was a domestic and that's all that it was, you wouldn't have been in jail for long. They would have processed you unless you have a criminal history, which I haven't gone to look for. What could they have done to it? Send it to Beth and Devin. Oh, wait a minute. We have another page? Hold on. Let's write it down, everybody. Black Mamba 0560. So I was unblocked, because he has to keep unblocking to block people. And he was talking about how he doesn't care who sends him money. He's not going to be beholden to anybody. If he feels bad vibes from you, he will block you and on everything, and he doesn't care. So I asked him for a box. He knows exactly who I am. And I'm going to tell you something. When I jump in a box, I am genuinely looking to offer assistance, especially to young people who are young enough to be my child. I don't berate anybody. But a lot of times when I'm asking questions, I'm asking for two reasons: to get more information, but also two, to expose some things. But I'm just nice about it. So he finally let me in the box. I was like, listen, I'm not going to be disrespectful. I even lower my tone so that it doesn't sound like I'm excited, right? So he lets me in the box, and I'm just like, good morning, good afternoon, whatever it was. Thank you for letting me in the box. And he goes on this rant about his life. Okay. It was a long rant, by the way. So I was like, can I ask a question? How long have you been doing this? He says 3 years. I know it's 5, but I don't even counteract that. He immediately goes into another long rant. So at one point, I'm like, hey, can I ask some questions? Can I talk to you? I was like, I've been listening to you for a while and I've been patient. And I said one more thing that I don't remember, but it wasn't disrespectful. It was like, I'd like the opportunity to ask you some questions or whatever it was. He dropped me out of the box and said I was being disrespectful for saying that I had listened to him for a long time. That I said that I've been patient. How was that disrespectful? And you know who I am. So it's not like I'm some random person and you weren't sure what I was coming up for. You know exactly who I am. I've covered you multiple times. You know me. But I think he was trying to use me as a prop. He was never going to let me talk. He was going to find any excuse to drop me. So when somebody does that, red flag on the play. You didn't even know what I was going to say. You could have said, please don't say that, or I feel like that's disrespectful. You could have said any number of things. But you dropped me just to use me as a prop and say, see how disrespectful they are, blah, blah, blah. And people in the comments were like, disrespectful where? Right, Bella. And of course he's being bullied and harassed and we don't want to see him do well. Sir, we are rooting for you to do well so that you can stop taking advantage of people. There was a nurse who had given him hundreds of dollars and he blocked her because behind the scenes she said she couldn't give it anymore. Now, if somebody is being disrespectful to you, like legitimately, I don't think you're beholden to them either if they've given you money, right? But you claim that sometimes it's just vibes. Well, how do you know that your vibe check is accurate? How do you know that when they have to tell you no, it's because they can't afford it? Like, I don't understand why scammers think that people have unlimited funds to continue to give to them. Right. People with jobs all struggle. Like, what is the problem? But I'm glad you gave me that new account because I'm sure going to check into it. The entitlement is off the meat rack. The entitlement is ridiculous. So since Saren is here, and um, if she has other things to do, I don't want her to be stuck listening to everything. So, oh no. So, Arissa was on the other day, a few days ago, and she was clearly nodding out. And she kept using the excuse that she was so tired. She was exhausted. She hasn't eaten for days. She hasn't slept for days. And that she's so sick of people saying that she was using, right? Yes, please tap. Thank you. So the next day, though, she was back on begging for money for food. And then saying that she still hadn't slept or eaten, but somehow she was wide awake. To me, it would the nodding would be worse, not better. Red flag on the play. And then we find out that the break she took from TikTok wasn't a break at all. She was locked up. And so that's why she's back. And I think in that lockup, she may have lost some benefits. But as someone who has been homeless for this long, you know you qualify for food stamps. And she kept making this big deal about having gone to food pantries, but they only had food you could cook. And that because she works, she doesn't need, hold on, I don't want it to be like this. Because she works, she can't ever get to the soup kitchen. But you qualify for food stamps, ma'am, as a homeless person. And because of that, you could, she claims, oh, they don't have any canned food. You could buy canned food. You can get a sandwich made as long as it's not hot, unless you go to the right corner store and they'll make you a hot sandwich and charge it to EBT. Like, I don't believe you. Right, that's my point. So thank you, Sharon, for coming up, and I'm gonna just let you have the floor. I'm gonna finally be quiet.
Good morning. I am tired because I was up last night on the Rissa rabbit hole.
Oh Lord.
Oh Lord. Thank you guys for the gifts. I can see who it was. Um, yeah, so a couple of days ago, I received the information that made me happy, and no, I'm not a bad person for being happy about it. I'm happy that she had gotten some, I mean, that we have gotten some justice after all this time.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because I've always said there are good addicts and bad addicts, and she's a bad one, like a bad person.
Hmm.
So I was really happy. The person who told me things was not allowed to tell me everything because there's a lot going on behind the scenes, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
Because this is not just a TikTok beggar. Um, it's way deeper than that. So if anybody knows, she did have and still does have warrants. Um, she still has her warrants from her arrests from last July. Okay, this is almost a year. She was issued warrants March 5th and March 6th. And, but the time that she was off of here, we were hoping she went, I don't know, or was whatever. Um, she caught another charge, separate from all of the 7 charges that she had already. This was something that was involving something else, and she was caught with a lot of rugs. So she, I'm assuming, was arrested. Some people said she had to turn herself in. Some people say she was arrested. Neither here nor there. She was arrested for having a lot of rugs on her. Um, Police and everybody have been after her for a very, very long time. Of course, um, it goes deeper into that because people, yeah, arrests are public record, but this has to do with something else, so it's not public. I was answering people in the comments because there's a lot of things that are going on that are deeper than just buying her, you know what I mean, or buying rugs. So um, I was so happy to hear that when she was missing, she did like 8 to 9 weeks, which is crazy.
It is.
It is. It makes me very happy that at least my hard work went to something good. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
I mean, the people that she's hurt, the people that she's stolen from, yada yada. It's my my ultimate goal was to get her there. You know what I'm saying? Eventually, and we did. Will she be there again soon? Yes, very. Um, can they constantly keep her? No, because with how the court systems are, they're not worried about a little addict running around with rugs. Um, they're not that interested. It's not like she's doing such severe things, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
The jails are so full. They also, the state of New Jersey has, like, I don't know, someone said like 4 to 5 thousand warrants out for people, so they're not concentrating on little old, spoiled brat Rissa who just doesn't want to do the right thing in her life. So yes, when she did say that she was in the Carolinas, because she switches north and south every single time she speaks, she never was there, which I knew that. But not until a couple of days ago did I know everything, for sure, like 100%.
Hmm.
Um, excuse me. She did lose her benefits while in jail because I guess everybody does. The saddest part is that in the state of New Jersey, which shame on you, Shame on you. For real. When you get out, you get it back. Okay, which to me is absolutely horrifying. Okay, because how is anyone in this world ever going to be anything, do anything? I mean, I'm not gonna lie, if I lived in New Jersey and I could live for free and be a rug addict and do whatever, I would like to do that too, wouldn't you?
Right.
I mean, think about it. If you didn't have to work, right, and you didn't have to do anything, and you can keep getting arrested, and you can keep going to jail, and you could keep doing this, and you could keep doing that, then why would you change?
Right. And you can come on here and have everything covered. So
Exactly.
what
Now,
would
the
you
good
have?
part, exactly. Now, here's the good part. Throughout this 2 year journey of us, doing whatever we were doing and doing, she barely, and this is serious, she barely gets $15 when she comes on.
Yep.
Okay. She is so damn desperate at this point. But then again, she still has a place to live. Okay. So she got her EBT back. She got her cash assistance back. She has full medical. When she got out of jail, we believe it was like the end of February,
Hmm.
beginning of March, which is when she came back on this app, and I reopened up a new page for her. Um, when she came back, yeah, so it was like February, March, and that's exactly when she got out of jail.
Mm.
Um, There are hotels that said she I don't call or do any of these things myself because being that it's my page, I have never ever made a phone call or done anything in regards to her.
Hmm.
But other people that have called hotels and she is still in the same area as she was prior.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. They might have switched her hotel when she, got out of jail. Um, but she is still housed. She is still fed. She still has everything that she needs, except, of course, for her Japonica, that covers everything, that she needs besides her rugs. She
Right.
has been picked up for selling her, parts. She has been picked up for loitering. She has been picked up for panhandling many times. She all of a sudden, well, not all of a sudden, people have seen her in the neighborhood because a lot of people that follow me live there. She has had this boyfriend for like a year about, and supposedly she's still with him and he lives at the same hotel as she does.
Wow. And she's always like, I'm a single woman out here by myself.
Yeah, I have no one. Yeah, okay. First of all, as we all know, like addicts stick with addicts, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
It's a very rare thing where an addict just a kitty mill. Oh my god. CJ, you're funny. It's a very weird, not weird, it would be very odd, right, for someone who is a deep, rug user to be by themselves 100% of the time. Like you're buying it from somewhere, so you know people, you're doing it with somebody, you're, whatever, whatever.
Right.
The last couple of times she came on, as usual, she's been lit like a Christmas tree.
Hmm.
It's all been not by me. It's all been forwarded to the correct sources. Um, because the next time is going to be an issue because she not only has her seven prior warrants out, they also told us that she has another three warrants, so she has 10.
Wow.
Now, the scary part is, again, in New Jersey, they don't care. Like, they don't, like, go after you. Like, I'm in South Florida. You put a, you step out of line 1 minute, you ain't ever seeing, anything but four walls.
Right.
Okay, and I'm from New York originally, but here in South Florida, you don't pay your rent in 3 days, you're homeless. You know what I'm saying? They don't care
Right.
about you. They don't care about you homeless. They don't care if you got children. They don't care if you have issues. It's black and white. When I was married to my ex, we were really poor, and if we didn't pay the rent, we was out.
That's right.
We was
Florida has
out.
rules. When I first moved to Florida, people were like, "Florida is a part of the United States, but it is its own country."
It's
And
its
I was
whole
like, "What?"
country.
And I
It's
was
its
like, "That's
whole country. They don't care. It's so hard to get an apartment here. You need like a 9,000 credit score for real.
yep." And
I,
3 times the rent,
you
and
need
this and
80,
that.
now you need about 80 times the rent. It's
Right.
crazy. My
And
husband and I rented a house that we're in now. This May was 1 year, okay? I had to write a whole damn story because we had like, a few little hiccups here and there. It was
right.
over $100,000 a year income, okay, and nobody wanted us.
That's crazy.
Okay, and it gets better. My husband is retired, and these funds, are forever as long as he's here. You know what I mean? Not a job.
Right.
So we're like the perfect tenants because we get money no matter what. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? But rain, snow, shine, whatever happens in this world, he gets his money. And even for us to find a place to live was like we were like a bunch of hooligan trash. No joke.
Right.
No joke. With all, and I work too, but I don't make as much as he does because he's 24 years older than me and has, social security and all that. But anyway, so shame on New Jersey. Shame on New Jersey. Honestly.
And they know they have a criminal. Like, I
Yes,
don't know. And
yes.
yet she gets to walk the streets because they got better things to do. Like,
Right, but why house them? You feel me? Like, why house them?
right.
I understand that they have better things to do, right? So they don't, I get them not putting, keeping these people when they have bigger fish to fry. But why? Why? I was so angry last night. I was like, I can't handle this. Why would you give somebody back their benefits after they were convicted of a crime? Okay. And and it's involving rugs. She does not work. She has not worked in, according to, sheriffs and everything else, she hasn't worked in years, okay?
Oh, I
When
believe that.
when she first got benefits many years ago, okay? She was working like very part-time, okay? So I had thought, and I was told, supposedly, because I don't know that much about New Jersey, I was told that as long as you work for part time, that they help people. Now, that to me makes a little bit better sense. You know what I mean? Because
Oh, yeah.
if you're working part time and you just can't swing it, that's amazing that they would help. Like I said, here in Florida, there are people that have cancer and can't even get on disability and can't even get nothing. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Okay, and it'll take them 2 years to get approved, and unfortunately, by that point, they're unalived. Okay,
Yep.
and yet these people get out of jail, okay, get their benefits back, and it's because in the state of New Jersey, they don't want you to be homeless. But I don't know if it's to make them look good, if you know what I'm saying,
It's
as a
also a
state.
liberal state, so they are going to prioritize certain things over other things.
But it really should be, honestly, that if you are caught, doing drugs, if you are a criminal, if you are this, that, the other, you should not be given housing in a hotel. You should be sent somewhere else, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
Whether it be a real shelter, not a hotel, if you know what I mean. It should be a rehab. It should be a maybe not a jail, but some other kind of place, um, to be held at or whatever. She did say she was sick when she got out of jail, and she was. She had, well, Ghost of CJ, that's really horrible because my friend who is working on all of this and blah, 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 said that in Rissa's area, there is not one homeless person on the street.
wow.
They do not let you be homeless, okay? So that's really sad that about the vets. That's absolutely disgusting.
It
But
is.
I don't want to forget what I'm saying because I just woke up. Um, when she went to the hospital, she had pneumonia, which I'm not shocked. um, and of course, what was in her system, which I didn't know she did this, but I have a feeling she does everything. You know what I mean? I have a feeling
Absolutely.
at this
I'm not
point,
going to turn down a single rug.
yeah, exactly, at this point, I think it's A through Z.
Right.
But in her system, by somebody that contacted us through the hospital she frequents, which she's on the frequent flyer, radar, it was METH and Coca Cola, and that was not, the METH was not what was in her system all the other times.
Oh, wow.
It was, I believe, H. Not like that's any better or worse. I'm just saying, at this point, I think she's just on everything that she could possibly get her hands on. The weird thing is, I think she also sells stuff.
Yeah, she has to sell and then she gets to keep like a portion or she takes
Yeah.
the earnings
Well, that's
it has
what keeps
and
ending
buys
her
it.
up in jail.
Right.
So if she's going to keep doing that, then that's where she's going. Exactly, Don. Shame on them because that's absolutely despicable and unacceptable to me. Put them in a rehab, make them go to rehab. You know,
Right.
she's constantly held on a 72 hour, thank you, Granny.
A
She's
72-hour hold.
Yeah, she's constantly on 72-hour holds when they pick her up for, her panhandling, for her loitering, for her prostituting, and all of that. But again, she's a small fish to fry, so they're not interested in, then again, they can't literally hold you down, right? And
Right.
be like, girl, you're staying here, you know?
But a judge could, and that's the part I don't understand.
Yeah, so right. So I guess a judge can. At this point in time, with everything that's going on, she will be in jail again. Um, she will be in jail again soon. But then again, that's not gonna help or fix the problem because, she'll just, although one of the charges is a third degree felony that I know of. Hey,
Which
Charles.
will probably plead it down. But also understand something, guys.
No, they're not letting her. Well, the thing
Oh,
is, this charge in particular, they're not letting her plead it down.
oh, great. But one of the things I also wanted to say, guys, is just because somebody gets locked up doesn't mean that they stop using rugs. There are rugs in every prison system, every jail.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah.
It absolutely is.
I
So,
mean, I don't get it. It's like a win-win no matter where you go.
right, exactly.
Like,
It might be, and they will take other people's medicine for the high.
people will do anything, and I get it. Okay, I was married to an addict. I have addicts in my family. Thank God they were all functioning ones, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
They were still part of society. And to the person that asked if I or you were ever on rugs, yes, I have done rugs in my life. Fortunately, I was not an addict. I made up my mind that I was going to have fun, and there was no way that I was going to. And of course, it was in my 20s. No, I'm teasing.
Time of your life.
I'm teasing. And I got to tell you something. My own father, okay, is, I guess, what you call an addict, but he's not because he is, but he isn't. He takes things he shouldn't, but he gets prescriptions, things like that, and he drinks. You know what I'm saying? Like, but then again, so for the people, trying to talk bad about me or digital or whatever, I've been around it, I've lived it, I have done things myself. I just was not particularly an addict. I was married to one for 8 years, so I do understand it 100%. But in life, we all wake up every morning and we have a decision to make, okay? We can do something or we cannot do something. So, um, your mind honestly controls everything. And especially if you get incarcerated, okay, that gives you the opportunity different.
Correct.
Only you can do that. You can get out and say, okay, well, I'm sober right this minute and I'm done with this. Okay? Because your body is no longer addicted to it at that point. Okay? So my point is that if you're still doing what you were doing, it's because you want to be doing that at that point. Because if your body is no longer, withdrawing, you know what I mean, or
Yep.
feeding it, then you are now choosing to do this to yourself again. And while yes, she is definitely too far gone, Donna, and she's in denial. So, with those two things, and I've always said this to everybody, her mental status or mental illness or illnesses is way deeper than her addiction. Okay? There are people that know they're an addict, correct? My ex-husband knew he was an addict. Like, yes, he would try to lie to me, but like, you know what I mean? Obviously, he was, right? But there are addicts who know they are, and then there are addicts who don't know they are.
Oh,
Um,
she knows she is. She pretends for the people online to give her money that she's not.
I
She knows exactly who she is.
She might, but part of me feels like she's super, super sick. So I
Oh, I
get what.
agree with that too. I agree with that too.
Yeah, I think, she is just one of those, like, narcissistic, um, like I always say, the only reason why I don't dislike Lisa, and you guys could be mad at me for what I'm about to say, I don't really care, is because Lisa at least talks about rugs and has at least acknowledged it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
This
see.
one, this one, no matter even with the charges that are public, right, on newjerseyportal.gov, okay, she will still sit there 3 years later and say that she's not.
Oh yeah.
So the
Even
reason,
when she's caught in 4K nodding out,
yeah,
it
even
was
when
just because
she's,
she was tired.
that's what I'm saying, even when she's legit caught, okay, like on paper, even in person, in videos, there's a video on my page of her actually doing rugs in one of her lives and things like that. And you're gonna still come on here after all these years and you're gonna still deny it. Like, I dislike you to the fullest because you won't even budge 1 inch. Okay? And exactly, she has lied so much that she cannot even keep up with any of the things. I mean, the other day she said she gets paid on Friday. Now she gets paid on Tuesday. Of
Yeah,
course she forgets when she gets paid because she doesn't get paid.
correct. I noticed that too. I was like, who gets paid on a Tuesday?
I mean, I get paid once a month, so whatever day it is, that's my day. You know what I'm
Right, but
saying?
that's
But
not her case. But how
that
come she
ain't
has
that ain't
this
the case.
job that she says is what, like 8:30 to 5:30 or something like that,
Oh my
and
God.
you don't have money to do anything?
She has changed that thing about when people ask her about the food pantries and all of that. If you watch all the videos on my page, hey Shell, hey Nikki, she changes the date and time that the food places are open
Yeah.
every single time. One day she'll say it's 4 to 5 to 6. One day she said, yeah, the other day she was so lit, she was like 7:45. I'm like, oh my God, girl, just stop. Don't even answer the questions if you ain't gonna get it right. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because we have it all on video, so just like stop.
Right. Okay, well, I guess people get paid on Tuesdays. Sorry.
Yeah, I guess
But
the world,
she's not. Good
and
morning. Good morning, Ranbury.
and then no matter where she works, they lose her paycheck. And the funny part is, ain't nobody lose. Companies don't lose your paycheck.
Right. So they could just issue another one and cancel the
Companies
first.
don't lose. Only Marissa Smith's paycheck disappears. Okay. Now I'm gonna tell you something funny, but it's not funny. Before I left my ex-husband, which I tried to help him for 8 years, as you can imagine. Okay. When he started coming home without his paycheck, that was my final straw. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yep.
And that's when I had enough. Okay. It's one thing of you disappearing all the time. It's one thing that you're, lying. It's one thing, this, that, the other. Right. But you're going to pull Arissa and come home with no money and pretend this and pretend that. And then making a hell of a lot more money than I even thought.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? So my point is, like, and she was working for Amazon many years ago. Okay. And Amazon don't lose your paycheck, people.
Oh no.
A
No,
company like
no, no.
Amazon and all Walmart, or any of these big companies that all these people lie and say they work for, ain't nobody losing your paycheck. Okay. It don't work that way. Oh, well, they're going to give it to me next week, or they're going to give it. No, it doesn't work that way. These are huge corporations. Okay. It doesn't, I work actually for I have my own small business, and even my company doesn't do that. You know what I'm saying? When they say we're going to get paid, we get paid. Okay. And we are a very small company in comparison to a Walmart or whatever. Okay. And nobody doesn't get paid when they're supposed to get paid. So just stop. Um, to those of you who are not following me, please do follow me, because it's important at this point in time, but it's always important because, and please put your notifications on. I've been going live more than usual. Digital, I went live twice because I wanted you to come in.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you. I am often watching scammers on a burner, so I don't see it all the time. So I
Oh,
apologize.
I even came on a second time because I saw your message saying you missed it. I came on again, but it's okay. But just guys, you
TJ, stop it.
make sure you do have your notifications on, because when I yesterday posted that I was coming live, over 1,000 people um, saw that I was coming on live, but I think people forget, to put their notifications on. And I do share it as much as I can while I'm on, but then it's hard when people are talking to me or whatever, to keep sharing it out or whatever. But a lot of things are about to unfold. Um, and a lot of new information is coming now every day, and the reason why we're getting all of this new information, which we haven't had in a while, is because somebody that wasn't able to talk because of blah, 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 is able to talk about some things,
Okay. We
that they were not
apologize.
able to talk about for months and months, that things were going on. So there's going to be a lot of, I don't want to say new and exciting, but it might be. And
Right.
again, I'm not making fun of addicts. Absolutely, I'm not. Do I absolutely HAT her? Yes, with every ounce of me. I've seen her hurt people, emotionally. So, not just monetarily. This is a really bad one. This is one that hurts people to the core. Okay. This is not someone that just comes on here and begs. Guys, this is somebody that hurts people. And to me, that's the worst part. Not hurting anybody can hurt people in the pants pocket, right? And I can understand an addict being desperate and stealing and all of that. But when you're mean and a bad person to the core, that's when I HAT hate you.
Right. Well,
That's
thank
when
you
I
for coming
dislike you.
up, Rissa. I
And
don't want to
she
go.
is and she is that person, okay? She is that narcissistic, I don't give an F. you know I
Mhm.
will spit on you if you're unalived, and that's why I will take her down again. This will now be the third time that I'm going to take her down. And she actually is a dangerous person, correct? Because she will do anything. She will say anything, she will do anything, and she has hurt people physically, and it's only about to get worse because of all of the awareness. She is not getting what she used to get.
Correct.
So
It's
this is
obvious. She literally was like, I need $6. And she
that's what
struggled
I'm
to get that.
oh my God, digital. That's the first time ever in her history on this app that she has asked for $6.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is a girl who 2 years ago, not the 1 5 we're talking about, Rizda, if you see on my TikTok name, this is a girl who was getting 5,000 sometimes from different people at a time.
Well,
Five
Stacy,
hundred,
thank you
five
for
thousand,
coming
two
up
thousand.
because I'm sorry, but I don't want to go over for people who have things to do.
Go ahead.
But
But
I gotta talk
everyone,
to some other
please,
people.
please follow me so we can help each other. Okay. And those who came in, because I'm in here, please follow digital. Please keep your notifications on for both of us. I do only cover Rista because this one is a job in itself. Plus, unlike her, I need to work. So I do come on. I will be coming on more frequently, like I have been. Thank you, Digital, for having me.
Oh,
And
anytime.
keep up your good work. And anytime you need me, have any of your mods like they did, send me a message or you send me a message and we'll get together.
Absolutely. And I'm going to try to catch your live more often
Okay,
because I want to be
perfect.
able to
And as
see.
you know, I tag you in every video,
I
and
see it and I try to respond, but girl, you do a
that's
lot
okay.
of
You don't even
posting.
have to respond. You don't have to respond. I'm just sharing it with you to keep you in the know. That's all, you
Okay.
know.
Thank you. I
Um,
appreciate it.
just repost it if you can, and everybody repost all my videos. Some of them I put on are old videos, and the reason why I do that from like 2 years ago and stuff is I put old videos that way when the new people I message, um, I can quickly invite them to my page and show them what's been going on. So everybody have a blessed day, and I'll see you all soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye, guys. You're welcome, CJ. Bye, everybody.
Um, so there was somebody called Big Dancer that wanted to come up, or the Big Dancer, something like that. Okay. Thank you guys for liking the live. Shop till you drop. CJ, you're hilarious. Okay, let's see. Who are we going to do next? Okay, so I think this is a soft landing, meaning they're doing this to come back. So he came back. I've only seen Bree in a couple of videos. She is definitely not like going live. But he came back doing NPC horribly, by the way. And apparently he used to do it before. Oh, yes, everybody please tap, change the photo. And by the way, I don't care about the number at the end. I don't even pay attention to the number at the end. It's just to make sure the live doesn't get taken down. So he was doing MPC and asking for gifts, saying that if he got a certain gift, he would break out of character. Sir, you were never. When are you not in character? Because even when you used to go live and ask for the hotel room every single morning, it was a character. When did you get out of character? Can somebody tell me? I think it was the worst NPC I have ever seen. And I'm not even, like, I don't even like that category of TikTok. Like, it's not my thing. I've never, like, stayed in a live for 4 hours and watched somebody do it. But, I believe that the place they are staying is the camper that the mother offered that was in, like, her driveway or yard or something. I believe that is. Wait a minute, hold on. What's a box? Oh, when someone comes in to talk, that's a box. Like Sarah was just in a box. That's what a box is, honey. Non-player character. And he's like usually when they're waiting for a gift, they do this like pumping motion where it's almost like they're in the sea and just floating on the water. Oh, you misspelled? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's been a while, but that's why I think this is a soft landing because the first thing he did was, well, I should say the first thing. He was doing paranormal stories. He was doing like, tell me about your best day. Like that was his initial soft landing to returning. This now takes it up a notch because he's asking for gifts. He's not asking for money to his cash app, but he went for, yep, he also was gaming. correct, CJ. I think because they didn't need the hotel money every day and they were getting so much coverage, they went away. But he never like went away completely. Right. He was struggling to get a rose. He stayed in that like slow motion move over and over and over again. And the only thing he could interact with was the comments because nobody was sending anything. It was hilarious. So people are sick of you. You got all that money while receiving a social security check and never spending it. And where's the apartment? How long have we been hearing about this apartment? They were supposed to get it like last December, January. And they came up with the story that it was because the person who was helping them didn't do the paperwork correctly and that the new person was coming in to do it, that they were now number two. Oh, he might have been angry, but I literally took a screenshot while he was doing NPC. That's all I did. I literally took a screenshot of him doing it. They are still on TikTok. And this was the account he was using when he was doing the NPC. He also looks different to me, especially without the beard. But I suspect that they're going to try to rebuild their following. And they're going to turn into a Tim and Angela. They're going to turn into a Tim and Angela. Where Bree just sits in the background and confirms everything like, yep, yep, yep. And he's going to be the face. Part of their downfall was when he became the face. But he has so much misplaced self confidence. Oh, yeah, exactly, Josh. Absolutely. So that's that on that. Just watch occasionally and let's see when it changes. He is controlling. Because part of why he's controlling is because he likes to think he's the smartest person in the room. And the only place he can do that is with somebody like Bree. Because other women will tell him to shut up and go sit down. Like, who do you scare? Not a single person. Well, yes. Okay. Homeless is a little bit of a stretch because both of them could have gone home. So it was almost homeless by choice. And at first, I thought it was because they wanted to be together and that their family said no. I believe her family said he's not coming here. But his family was offering him a camper where they both could stay, which is where they are now, in my opinion. They haven't given us a tour, but they're not asking for hotel money anymore. And his check will not pay for a hotel month after month after month. So they're staying somewhere with somebody that allows them to live rent free. But the reason why I say, wait a minute, what? Kai and him love each other. I think that they're ready for more money. Like I think when they first moved in and didn't have to worry about like the hotel and stuff, his money stretched a little further. They were able to do some of the things they wanted to do. Lori travels the scammers live, and if that like Lori, why is my why? You want to say how you're not like them, how you don't scam, you don't beg, you don't do all of these things, but you're always in their live, gifting them, modding for them. If you don't want association with people who actually do it, why are you there? You guys got to make it make sense for me because it doesn't. But if I'm not like people and I don't want people to think that I'm like them, why would I go there and spend so much time and make comments in her real page? Like, it's not like she's there as a burner and we figured it out. Yeah, Carol does the same thing. I'm waiting for some of them to start battling because somehow they feel like that's not begging. It is sanctioned by TikTok, but to me, it's still begging because you got to beg people to throw you gifts. What? Somebody tell me what the difference is. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Let's go to Trinity because she is still at it. So I think I told you guys before that Trinity does this thing. She's a beggar straight up, right? Now, one of the things that irks my nerves, and maybe it's because I come from another generation, I don't understand how women get on live and beg with a whole grown, healthy, able bodied man in the background or standing right next to them. What is he doing? Oh, I saw Daisy at the fair, and then I saw that she asked for it from her people. That's my new mermaid. Well, she would love you to be there, CJ. Yeah, she's the bathtub babe. So during the day, she'll be in the car, she'll be in the house, he'll be cooking, and she'll be begging. If I was the man, I'd be embarrassed that my woman had to get on. If my man ever got on TikTok and begged for money, there would be a sit down for sure. So, like, where's the pride of it all? But one of the things she does that is particularly disgusting is that she goes live at night from the bathtub naked. And she does things like almost let the phone slip, act like she's going to get up a little bit so that they get just enough of a taste so that she doesn't get discontinued on TikTok. But the entire time, she's whispering. If anybody can give to the Cash App, if anybody can give to the Cash App, if anybody can give to the Cash App. And you see the men in there, like, please let it slip, or please do that, please do that. And that's really all she wants to talk to. Because she knows she's not going to get any money from women like that. At least not as much as men are going to send. So the other day, when she got out of the bathtub and put on her pajamas, she went out the room. She left her phone in the bathroom, and she went out the room. And her man was like, why don't you stop? Just stop. Now, I can't say for sure he was talking about her being live and begging for money in these very inappropriate circumstances. I can't say that for sure. But why else was he saying it? So then she comes back into the bathroom. Now she's technically covered. Like, if a woman can be online in a bathing suit, then what she had on was covered, right? But then she leans over so that you can literally see her boobs. The only thing you can't see is the nipple. And she keeps leaning over, and then men are like, do a 360. And so she won't do a complete 360, but she'll like turn to the side and stick her butt out. And men are like, how old are you? And she's what, 23? Like, and I had enough. And I told her to, I said, girl, stand up and go to OF. Like, if this is the kind of content you want to make, go make the money. Wait, what did Otto say? Wow, Otto, I didn't even know that. But if that's the kind of content you want to make, there is a platform for that now. And apparently some of them make big money. So go over there. But you don't, there could be children, shout out to Becky, young, like underage kids. She doesn't care. And you know, a lot of kids nowadays have their own disposable income on a card because parents don't want to give them cash anymore. They get them a card and send them money. Now, if they had an OF account, then the parents would see it. Oh, you think she's another Ash Torino? I don't think she'll get as popular as Ash. But she might, because what she does at night is going to bring the players to the yard. So, dang, I forgot what I was going to say. I hate when I do that. Oh, if they had an OF account, parents would see it and be like, what are we doing? But sending money on TikTok, they can say they're sending it to anybody. All they got to do is send gifts. They can say, oh, this CA, that's my friend. They can even say, that's my friend on TikTok. And so I think it's not, it's, she doesn't care who sends her the money. But I think it's deplorable. I think it's deplorable.
Hey, Digital. Yeah, I've been watching her for a little bit now, and I do have a recording of it. But she was, her and her man were laying on her. She herself said, "My eyes are burning. It's so smoky in here," and that baby was right beside him, right beside him. I was
Wow.
absolutely disgusted. The other thing and that baby was right beside him, right beside him. I was
Wow.
absolutely disgusted. The other thing I seen I think it was just last week now, her sister came into the picture, into the chat. She was asking to get help. Everybody follow my sister so she can, um, get in the box with me and stuff with the amount of followers that she had. But her sister started helping her on her scam. Her sister said, uh, "Are you going to be? Don't forget about your insurance coming up. Remember, you got that doctor's appointment." And Trinity was like, "Oh yeah, I do. I got that doctor's appointment. Guys, please send to my CA. I got to get this insurance so I can get my baby to the uh, doctor's appointment." Like it was so obvious that it was, the sister
A
was like
setup. Yeah.
kind of helping.
Yeah.
Um,
I saw her ask the sister to come in. I didn't stick around, but I saw her when she was telling everybody to follow her sister, and I was like, this ought to be good. But then, I ended up going on to somebody else, so I didn't see the part live for
yep,
sure.
yep, that's what her sister was doing, was helping, trying to help with the scam. And it was so obvious, like to me, what they were doing. Because Trinity didn't even acted like, oh yeah, I forgot my child's got a doctor's appointment coming up, and it was just so obvious to me. But yeah, the main thing that bothered me was watching them sit there, you know, getting elevated right there in front of that baby, to the point where Trinity baby right there beside you guys. But
Right.
um,
And then her
and you
baby
see there,
have
I don't know if you ever see,
asthma or something like that, and she'll be like, "Oh, my baby is sick."
yeah. And I don't know if you ever seen like one of their walls, their walls they got, and I don't know if this is like a new thing or nothing, something I don't know, but their wall, they got a wall that's got nothing but BLUNT wraps, uh like plastered on, like it's pictures. It's a whole wall just like with them taped there. So I thought that was kind of odd too, but that's just
Listen,
me.
you can be all 420 accepting and embracing, but there's a way to do it and there's a way not to do it. And to have your baby in the bedroom, in the bedroom, forget about in the bed, in the bedroom, breathing in that it's not healthy.
Thank you.
I appreciate you coming up
Good.
and saying that.
Absolutely.
I love when people come up and confirm. Because what's crazy is people will say, "Oh, she doesn't show proof. She doesn't this. She doesn't that." Listen, the chat can confirm that I'm not making a single thing up. If it's my opinion, I'll tell you, yes, this is my opinion. But I don't make jack up. And that's why I put their name and their at there so you could go watch yourself and see if what I say is accurate or not. So I'm tired of her already. She hasn't even been doing it for very long. But it's, I guess, I'm upset that this young mother who has a whole man next to her, both of them could go to work. And they're not married. You can't convince me that they're married. So she probably has housing, food stamps, Medicaid, everything. Because how'd you buy a car a couple of months ago? How? With what? Your TikTok money? And of course, now it's already not working. So we needed more money because our car doesn't work. Yup, it could have been taxes. You are absolutely right, Crystal. It it could have been taxes. And understand, especially with a woman with a kid, there is money for them, whether they work 5 minutes or not. People like Quay plus 100. Do you know how much money she's getting for all them damn kids? Thousands. Thousands. Isn't that what Becky said? Okay, Trinity is done. I wonder why I didn't write her down. Well, since I brought her up, let's do her. So you know we had an interaction yesterday again. And so let me say this. I'm glad that when her son said what he said, she got bananaed because I was tripping over myself to get back in that live. And I'm glad it didn't happen because I don't know if I would have been as calm as I was yesterday. Because you guys have to understand that it was on the back of her saying to her husband when I got out of her box, that was an old black lady. And I said in the comments, like, what does me being black have to do with anything? Now, she called herself apologizing. She says she didn't mean to say it, but she did. There is no, I didn't mean to say it. What do you mean? What do you mean? Now, were you guys in a live? It was yesterday afternoon. It was after Becky's first live. And it was the call out session for sure. And Nookie said, and I know he doesn't like me, but it is what it is. When he says something right or interesting, I'm going to talk about it. He said yesterday in the comments that we shouldn't be reporting their accounts because when they come back, they get pushed out heavily on the FYP. That we should only be reporting their payment apps. I don't know if that's true or not. Is she really pregnant? Dog mama? Absolutely not. Yes, Miss Muffy. I brought that up yesterday. And that's when she was like, that's when we had money from his income tax. Oh, okay. Well, like I said, I ask questions and I talk just to get them to talk. And sometimes when they talk, they dig themselves a bigger hole. I don't need, oh, not her, who? Is who pregnant? I don't know if she got banned yesterday. She may have after her son came back and was like, yes, I'm racist. After she said, we're not racist here. He came back and was like, yes, I am, proudly. Beck's getting food stamps and has cable. I don't know. She reported all your accounts. So, I knew they said she got bananaed until Sunday, so I knew she was coming back on Sunday. And I was waiting for a few minutes, and Leanne was in the box, and they were just talking about life. And I asked to come in the box. She ignored me the first couple of times. Okay, cool. And then at some point, what was it that she said? Oh, she said that she got bananaed because her son cursed. And y'all know I wasn't letting that stand. Stop lying. So I got in the box and listen, I don't have to be mean and nasty and go off and curse you out and be disrespectful to set the record straight. So I wanted to make sure the record was straight. So I was like, you didn't get banana because he cursed. You got banana because he said that YT people were the only right people. Leanne seemed genuinely surprised to me. I don't know if she was or not, but you're not going to sit here and try to make it something that it wasn't. And she was like, yeah, I can't say it on here what he said, but yes, and I had to talk with him. He's how old? And you just not having to talk with him? And then the classic racist line. She said two of them. And I was like, yeah. The first one said, I have grandchildren of mixed race. Now, those are her husband's actual grandchildren who weren't even like with him. They became wards of the state, according to her. I have grandchildren that are mixed race. And I was like, what does that mean? Do you know how many people don't have relationships with their family because they have mixed race children and they don't want anything to do with them? What do you mean? Like, why does that statement make you not racist? And some people will love their grandchildren and hate other people. I told the story yesterday where my grandson's uncle, called his mother an N-lover. And she called us crying, and we were there in 5 minutes. My son was ready to show him. So he stayed locked behind the door, And what did the father say? Oh, well, he got that from me. That makes it better? Like, that just makes it worse. That racism in this house is allowed. Now, the son wouldn't come out. But I said to the grandparents, do you not realize that your grandchild, who they love him a lot. Like, I'm not going to say that they don't. They adore him. But I said, don't you realize that you're telling half of him that half of him isn't good enough? And they were like, oh, we never thought of it like that. No, because you're okay being racist to other people, but you love your grandbaby because you see past it. So miss me with the whole you have grandchildren that are mixed race. That matters nothing. But then she said the other classic line. My husband has a black friend. One? Again, those are classic lines of people who have a problem with people of color. And I'm not just black people either. Like, they actually feel like they're superior. And you know what's crazy? A lot of people who are not elevated in life will hold on to that racism because that's the only thing they can hold on to make them feel like they're somebody. You just as poor as everybody else. You're living on the state, living off the government. And the only thing you have to make yourself feel superior is your race. So that's what they hold on to. That. And I brought up the fact that the son has a PS5, and she claims he got it because he was doing so well in school, and that it was because of income tax. Well, y'all already have PS4s. And if he is so smart, why not set up a college fund so you can make sure that he can educate himself out of poverty? But we don't think that big. Ever. Right, Kite Girl, they are not cheap. And again, you guys know you have bills coming. Even if it was extra money at the time, what about a rainy day fund when the air conditioning in your car ran out or the windows don't go down? Good morning. Oh, you missed it when I got in the box. Okay. Correct, Nikki. Like, because and that shows you priority. Now, the other thing I brought up to her was because she tried to act innocent and dumb about how TikTok works. Remember when she was like, I don't even know how to add my PayPal so that I can get the gifts. Well, lo and behold, and I think I told you this the other day, that I found her old accounts. She was begging then. She's not new to TikTok and how TikTok works. And her excuse to me was, well, I don't have that phone anymore, so I don't have access to the accounts. What does that mean when it comes to you begging back in the day? Because I said to her, perhaps people feel the way they do because you used to beg before. What does having access to the phone have anything to do with what she said and did on those accounts? But keep using misdirection. The people who knew what I was saying and asking knew what I was saying and asking. You're not new to this. So she was like, well, I battle now. And I was like, fine, distinction by TikTok, do what you do. I still consider it begging, but I said to her, if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. But the girl who got her to battle said, I looked into the background and yeah, I'm not battling y'all, and blocked her. And I was like, wow, you called her such a good friend the other day. Correct, kite girl. It is aggressive. It's aggressive while there are able bodied people in that home. I told y'all there's that documentary about the wonderful and wild whites of West Virginia. And their father literally taught them how to get on the state and live off of Social Security. And all of them were rugs. I will, but not today, CJ. But I will. So she was, I brought up the part about her saying that I was an old black lady, which I had to be reminded. I thought she just called me a black lady. They were like, no, she called you an old black lady. And her minor son, who's in the room hearing this entire conversation, like not just mine, but all of them, wasn't racist, what she said about me. That there weren't any slurs or anything. And I was like, I'm not conversating with your minor child. Like, he shouldn't even be here. But she doesn't care. The men in her house run supreme, and especially her baby. He can say whatever, do whatever. He's never going to be told no. Oh, I brought up her minor child modding, and she swore up and down he wasn't. Yep, they did admit to it. So, because this is the other thing, and let me remind you of this. When her older son said what he said, she giggled, she laughed, she thought it was funny, and now you had to talk with him. Be for real. She probably said, "Thank you for saying it." That was the talk, but she knows that it will mess her up in the begging game. So she had to say, I talked to him about it. Not soon enough, if that's what he's saying on your live. She probably had to talk with him and say, you can't say that, I'm going to get bananas. But we know how we feel. So I said, I'm not going to address your minor child. And then he got disrespectful. He said, I'm not addressing you, I'm correcting you. And did mama say anything? Nope. And he said it over and over and over again. And I was like, listen, you aren't old enough to address me. I'm sorry, not to address me. You're not old enough to correct me. You're still in school, I believe high school. Now, she floats around what his age is, right? Because on one hand, she wants to say he's almost an adult, which he doesn't sound like. He sounds like a child. But then he's not almost an adult. Like, which one is it? I've gotten 11, 12, and he's like, I'm way older than 12. You know what children say that when they're 13 or 14? Because they see every year as them getting close to 18. She's swapping down. I thought he was 16, but he doesn't sound it. Right, Granny Annie. It's not. She says she got married 16 years ago, then had a baby. Okay, Kayla. Yeah, because someone said 13. He's something, but he said I'm way older than 13. Only young children think that a year up is a huge difference. Well, if he's 16, sir, you need to grow up. You sound like a child, like a young child. But I'm sorry. What happened to the age when children had to respect adults? And I said that to her. I was like, my mother would never tolerate me speaking to another adult that way. They would say, get out of adult people's business. Well, actually, my family would say, get out of grown folks' business. But either way, it's the same thing. But no, he could say whatever he wanted. And I finally got out the box because I realized that I was going to turn to him and I didn't want to do that. Because why? Why would I get in a back and forth with a child that shouldn't even be here hearing these conversations? And I want to tell y'all something. A lot of times when I leave the box, I leave the live. I got other people to go watch. And it doesn't matter if I'm in an awareness page or a scammers page. Usually when I'm done, I leave. Just for the record. Now that's not always. Sometimes I go and I sit in the comments. But often I leave. So I don't know what happens after I left. But then someone told me that after I left, the oldest son came in and stood 10 toes down. And she still said nothing. No, wait, is it Lola? Lola, it originally was to beg for money. And she got dragged immediately. And I was like, first of all, what she was begging for was outrageous. It was originally she said she needed gas money to take her child to the doctor. And when everybody was like, you have Medicaid, they'll come pick you up. She was like, why? I have my own car. But boo boo, you don't have the gas to run the car. She rejected everything other than send me money. And then came back and asked for their air conditioning to get repaired because it was so hot. And when people were like, you know how many people ride around in a hot car, like to roll down the windows, and now the windows don't work. Well, she got dragged so much that someone told her, well, you could get money by battling. And so that's what she did. She claims she learned her lesson. Girl, you have more lessons to learn. Oh, she did, Carmen. She hasn't blocked me yet. And maybe it's because I'm not disrespectful when I go in the live. Because she even said, oh, I know her. I don't feel like she wanted $1,700. I don't feel the need to be disrespectful. I'm just going to ask you questions and let you reveal yourself to the people. Oh, thank you, Mama T. I'm blocked on this account. I'm not on my backup yet. Well, she likes to block. And sometimes it's not her, it's her kids. And when CJ got in the box and asked about the military stuff, because CJ knows what he's talking about, he claimed he couldn't hear it. Yes, say it again for the people in the back, Cucumber Lily. Red flag on the play if they can't take a single suggestion. Yeah, the minor kid did. They want money. Offer one went in a couple of times and tried to offer them resources. They didn't want that. Yes, she blocked CJ fast. Because what did he say? I choose not to use the VA. Let me tell you something. This is the other thing. I can't remember. It might have even been the Trump administration. I'm not sure. But some administration made it okay, especially where a VA was far away or they were backed up, that veterans could go to private doctors and still get it paid. No, she don't know what stolen valor means because she can't decipher if he was there for 2 years or 2 weeks. How's she gonna know what stolen valor means? And you could tell that the men in her life run things because they could tell her anything and she's just gonna go along with it. Why? She is actively ignorant. She's the kind of woman that's getting cheated on and purposely won't go through the phone because she doesn't want to know for sure. I'm not saying he's cheating on her. I doubt it. But I'm just saying that's active, that is actively staying ignorant. They just don't want to know. They're not curious at all about anything. And I tell y'all, a curious woman is better than the FBI and the CIA. You can tell that in this community. We will figure it out. She's willfully ignorant. So, rent is on already? Yeah, because he's outside. And the only hotel that'll take him back at this point is like 100 and something, like 180. Who's paying for that? Right, he's no prize. But he was, and I said to her, I was like, he must have been good to you. And she was like, when I first met him, he came up and hugged me. Again, what does that have to do with anything? Me neither. CJ. Well, he's already everybody's Timu lawyer, so why not add some? He wants to just share Beth's ridiculousness with somebody else. Because Devin wants to check out sometimes. She's not slow. She's just willfully ignorant. There's a difference. There is a huge difference. If people were coming in and making it clear to me that something is off about my husband's veteran status, I'm going to go do some research. Like, what is everybody talking about? Why is everybody saying this is wrong? She'll turn to him and be like, they say that you could such and such. And he'll say whatever lie he needs to say, like I choose not to use the VA. And I'm sure she's thinking, wait, we got to pay copays for stuff? Well, this would be we have to pay for copays and, even with Medicare, you often have to pay for specialists, a copay. And you could be getting all of this for free. Don't try to tell me a lie and tell me I'm not gonna go see if it's a lie or not. Relationship or not. Right. Just get a copy of the DD 214. If I guarantee you, if I said to her, does he have a DD 214, she wouldn't have a clue what I was talking about. She would ask him for it. He would say, I lost it. And she would look back at the camera and say, he lost it. She wouldn't even inquire about what it was. Willfully ignorant. Because you got to understand something about willful ignorance. It keeps you happy because you don't know what you don't know and you don't care to know what you don't know. Let me give you an example of willful ignorance. You know how after an actor, actress, a football player, basketball player, baseball player, after they've been together for some years, they get divorced. And then suddenly you hear about all the infidelity. They're not stupid. They just chose to be willfully ignorant while they got to be the wife, while they got to spend the money, while they got to have the kids, while they got to live in the big mansion, while they got to travel the world. They remained willfully ignorant. Oh, for sure, she knew they were going to get called out, which is why she said, I learned my lesson. She learned the lesson that we're not going to tolerate it. Right. But sometimes she said 2 weeks and other times she said 2 years. So they stay willfully ignorant until the divorce. And then in the divorce, we hear about all of the things that were going on during the marriage. You didn't just find that out after you decided to get divorced. Look, Cardi B kept it a buck. She said she knew what he was doing. That the infidelity isn't what caused the divorce. Now, for most of us, infidelity won, we're out. But I understand people not want to break up their family. They don't want to break, their children away from the parents. He already had a bunch of kids he wasn't living with. It wasn't the infidelity. She already knew about it. At least she kept it a buck. She knew about it. And she forgave him over and over. She wasn't willfully ignorant. She just chose to forgive him. But you think that these other ones don't know? Right now. Who's a fan of hers? Because I don't understand who would be. Unless there are people who are just like her. And I think some people are a fan of theirs because they're trying to learn so that they can turn around and do the same thing. Yes, CJ, we know that you were going to come back 10 times harder. 10 times harder. I feel bad for them. So we'll keep watching Miss Becky and her family. By the way, the account she's using now is the Dog Mama. She created Becky Fortney 15, I believe, as a backup. Oh, thank you, Kayla. We try around here. And then the Becky Fortney 6, I think might have been an old account, but don't quote me on it. I don't remember. Wait, you know what? I think I wrote it down. Wait, let's see. Oh, Lord, it might have been a long time ago. Child, I'm getting ready to have to get another notebook. Because these notes, whew, I can't find it. Sorry, guys, I can't find it. But check them out anyway. You'll see them. Let's do her to get her out the way. I chose this picture because yesterday she was raging out. Completely raging out. Threatening to dox people. And there was some late last night, there was somebody she called out, right? And I typed in the comments like, let her do it. It can only sting once, right? And the lady was like, I've never sent you a dime. And she kept going. Oh, I'm gonna get you out of here. I'm gonna get you out of here. Now I have two lines of thinking. Either the person said that because they didn't want to get hate, or she's making it up. just so she has somebody to rage about. That's not the people who actually send her money on the back end. She has admitted multiple times that people were gladly sending her money when it was rugs, and now that it isn't, they won't send. And you notice she only puts out first names because they could be anybody. You say the name Michelle, but is her TikTok name Michelle? So you calling out her name means what? Right. I told y'all a long time ago that the cigarettes and food was code word for rugs. Again, if people are sending you money on the back end, why aren't you eating? What cracked me up the most though, and somebody posted it on their page. Was it Doug? Somebody posted it on their page, and I thought it was hilarious. That she was offended that a junkie was talking down to her. I was like, girl, what? She was like, y'all are gonna let a junkie talk down to me? Why, you wanna be Queen Junkie? I'm so happy you're sober too. I know it's hard work, Willow. I know it was hard work. But I'm glad you put your future in front of your right now, because that's what you have to do. You have to think longer term, because if you're, and I know you got to take it by moment, day by day. I'm not saying that. But if she keeps going, she's not going to have a tomorrow at some point. Yeah, they took her spot in the rack house. Yeah. And then she was raging that there were people following her. And then I saw a video of people in a car talking to the Dave who I guess used to let her do it. And he was like, there's a charger outside the house. And she just hooks up there. That should be an interesting thing. Now, I know a lot of people don't cover her. They feel like it brings her clout. More people watch her. I took her ads off because she doesn't need any more. And I wish people would do to her what they're doing to Gabby. So that people want to see what's going to happen. And so I wish people would make a concerted effort to stream her, and then people wouldn't have to go in to find out, or at the very least, go watch on YouTube. Lisa said they took it away from her. Yeah, her phone stays charged. Exactly, filtered. She always has enough charge to come here and go off. And she got discontinued. Right, Georgie? She, like, who doesn't know the Lisa saga? But she was going off yesterday. And I think that is when she does that, it's not about being hungry. Of course it's not. It's about the fact that she's fiending. She's fiending. It was bad last night. The other thing that I took a picture of, let me see if I have it. I mean, I know I have it, but let me see if I can find it. You notice what's above her? Oh, thank you, Gritty Annie. Of course they do, CJ. You notice the bridge that she used to walk under when she claimed that she was going to AA and doing all of these great things? That's the bridge. Why are you still there? Rhea out behind the scenes. Who was gonna know you're calling her out? But my question is Kim still sending her money? Because Kim goes quiet for a while, and then when she gets mad at Lisa, she goes live, and it's like, I have nothing to do with her anymore. How many times have we seen that? Right. I don't think she stopped either. I think she, because they have admitted her, go live and I will send you money. They've admitted that. So what is calling Kim Ray out behind the scenes gonna do? Because she said Kim. Because any other time she was mad at Kim, she went off. But now you got to call her out behind the scenes to who? For what? The fact that she rages out means she is getting money on the back. The money, blah, blah, blah. And you've had me on red for X, Y, and Z. Then she got a Cash App for a little while. And I report her CAs immediately, willing to put their CA on the line for her. I think a lot of them don't even know what's going to happen, but you're about to lose it. You're about to lose it. Because the moment she puts it up, people are going to report it for scam. I suggest nobody else give her access to her CA. And what cracks me up is she'll change the at to like Lisa Boo News Hope or Lisa XO 111, whatever it is, so that she'll be like, it's my CA. But then when you get in there, it says Drew something. She can't change that name because that's the name the account was under. The only person that can change that is the account holder. And you can only change it so often. Right. Imagine if that's their only pay app. And what's so crazy, I did a live and a post some months ago where I talked about 92.5% don't know she's lying. That's scary. Auntie Annie, did I get up this morning thinking about her? No. I wake up in the morning, I pray, I brush my teeth, wash my face, make some coffee, talk to my man, make sure my kitties are good, text message my grandbaby, and come on live. And I might not text my grandbaby until after, and then I take a nap. I don't wake up thinking about any of them until it's time for me to go live. And Auntie Annie, you are clearly new here. I do 9 people a day. Why would I be obsessed with her? I don't have time. But I'm happy that you're here because I'm hoping you can see the pattern in her and other people and recognize that it's a scam. But obsessed? No. You either are her or one of her biggest fans because I do 9 people. How can I be obsessed with any of them? Chill, it's because they've never been here before. And I find it interesting that you've only questioned my obsession about her when I've already done what, 5 people, 6 people? It might even be her. Like, because only she would say that somebody was obsessed with her. But that's why y'all like the live every time I change a photo. Obsessed with her because I recognized the bridge, maybe? Well, she's falling off. And she knows she's falling off because of people like me. Right, we all recognize the bridge. The bridge became a character in the show. Well, I agree with you, Filter, but very few people talk about her now. Very few. It's easy to find me talking about her because people will send it to her. And she can't come on the Lisa account. Right. A lot of people don't watch her. Or new character unlocked. Or they watch it online on YouTube. Oh, you see people every day streaming her, talking about her? I don't so much. But maybe. Yeah, a lot of people watch the streams on YouTube. It's easier that way. Because you get in and you get out. You know how long it is. You can. What did somebody say? You could scam someone said you could fast forward through. I watch it live, so I got to go through the whole thing and have no idea. It's gonna end soon, though. I know that. That's true. She is. Oh, that was my iPad. I'm like, who is scamming for so long? She's lost her apartment. Well, let's go in the right order. She's lost her kid, then her animals, her electricity, her water. Eventually, they found out. She threatens the world but does nothing. She acts like she's big and tough but does nothing. Mad that people are in the neighborhood trying to find her but won't make herself known. And she uses drugs every day and begs for money, saying she needs it for food and cigarettes. She was on after 12 o'clock. And I kept asking, what's open? Because she's a sad human being with so many problems, but boy, they hate her. Auntie Anne, my problem is she could be a sad person. She has a lot of work to do on herself. What I don't appreciate is her lying to people to get rugs. What I don't appreciate is when they stop sending because people can't continue to send to her every day. It's fiscally irresponsible to do so for your own life that she gets mad at them. People who have sent her money in the past, she goes into her payment apps and requests more. She borrows people's CA. No one is going to get reported, but she doesn't care because she's hoping she could get money before it gets reported. No, let her stay. Or him. This isn't about hating Lisa. I will tell you this. I don't hate any of the scammers. They get on my nerves. They tap on the last nerve I have for them. But I don't hate them. But who I care about are the people who come in, see her live, think she's really desperate, and help her because they don't know the truth. Right. She's got money to take care of a dog that was already out of her care. She used her pregnant daughter to get money. She lied about her son having cancer. So you can be a sad human being. So if you want to continue to support her, be my guest. Pay for everything she wants. I'm not here for you. I'm here for the people who are potential victims of her nonsense. So obsessed, never. Anybody else, but it's certainly not me. Right. She said she's never worked. When she was with Big Cole, he worked and she stayed with the kids. She's never had a job a day in her life. Which is why she hasn't been able to mature as a human being. She still acts like a child that needs to be taken care of. Because she's never had, and when she was a quote unquote adult, what did she say? That she was self sufficient for 10 years? No, she wasn't. The state was taking care of her and her kids. Wonder why none of her kids have anything to do with her? Because even some of the worst moms on the planet, the kids will love you regardless. It might, Michelle, but I doubt it. She needs mandatory rehab in a place she can't walk out of. That's what she needs. How many times has she gotten money from people claiming she was going to rehab? Remember when she said she was in Maryland at a rehab and that she showed up late, so she had to figure it out for the weekend? And people saw her in Philly? But I could go back and forth with you all day about why she's being talked about. An obsession, isn't it? Let's move on. And I bet you Auntie Annie will go anymore, which is hilarious. But just for record, the bridge is back. God, a rap song came to my head. Wait a minute. Hold on. I had somebody on the list that I took off the list. I'm gonna put her back on the list. I mean, I took her off of the list in front of me, not the list on the page. I must have done somebody not on here. Anyway, I don't care. We got a few minutes left. Right, let's find the rap song is I think it's called the Queen's Bridge. It's like the bridge is over, the bridge is over, blah 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 blah. Okay. Now this was a few days ago, but it was after I went live. I'm sure. Oh, we got another one? Jeffrey James? I didn't even see you, baby. Y'all clout chasers are making her more famous every day. She gets 14, 1,500 people in her live at a time. And clout, first of all, learn how to spell Jeffrey, because that's clot. That's what blood does. And clout chase how? Like, I you know, people who only talk about her all day, every day, you might want to call them a clout chaser, even though they're not clout chasing. But for people who cover multiple people, how is it clout chasing? Like, how? Is it just the words you heard and it sounds good, so you say it? Like, come at me about something that I actually do. Oh, you want the box?
I
Let
don't mean like you, but like I know you do awareness videos. That's cool, but I see so many people like doing the what I call mocking videos of her. Like I think there's one called "I Am Doug." Those
uh-huh.
people who I refer to as like clout chasers, because when they do that, they're not doing it like you're doing it to where and it's saying like, "Hey, watch out for these people," you know, this app. And she had an average 100, 200 people. And then these people would make not like the awareness videos, but I call the making fun of videos. Now she, like I said, she's got 1,000, 2K in her thing, and I
That's
feel
not.
like when people do that, they're
But I'm gonna be honest with you, and you are allowed to have whatever feelings you would like about it. But the teasing videos have only been recent. Her clout came because she was full of nonsense, and people were bringing awareness to her.
proper term of it is. But I do like the awareness videos like you do. You put it out there that hey, these are what these people do on this app. You know, let's try to avoid them. But then you got some out there who just instantly want to.
And became people asking for money themselves. So I don't disagree with you, but I think some of the mocking comes from her ridiculousness. Like like Doug did the other day or yesterday it was when he made the video about saying that she wants to be the biggest.
The massive amount of I call lies and deceptions. And I'll even admit I fell for it at the beginning, very beginning, until I learned that no, this is what she does, this is how she is.
Right. But again, you are allowed to feel however you feel. Like that is the whole point of being, a human being on your own. I think some people, as CJ said, find it as entertainment, because they're sick of it, and the only way they can do it is to make fun. I don't necessarily think it is clout chasing. I think they're tired. And think about this. They may get 100 likes and 50 shares. She's getting thousands of dollars a month. Which one is worse?
Even with 2K people in there and they joke and start sending, pennies, well, that still adds up. She's
Right,
still making a good lick while a lot of us struggle day to day.
right. Bear something in not mind. When you come in here and use the word clout chase, it will always set people off because
I didn't mean to say like that, and I do apologize to
don't
you.
apologize, honey. It's okay. I'm just telling you that when you say that in a live like this, people automatically assume that you're talking about the host. So,
Oh,
you know what I
I
mean?
apologize on that.
Again, don't apologize. I just want you to be, but it's okay. Again, even that person has the right to their opinion. Right. TikTok gets too much money off of her.
Ain't that? I think that's half the reason they leave her up there is the amount of money they make off of her.
Correct. TikTok gifts anymore. But they see how much, like, people go in and I don't understand the people who do that, who they know she can't even get the money, but they want to be seen so badly. But I appreciate you coming up and clear.
It's out there, not the ones who, oh, I'm just going to make fun of her because I want the views.
Right. I get it. I get it. But thank you for coming up. I
Well,
appreciate
thank you.
people
Y'all
who
have a
come up.
great day.
You too. You too. I appreciate you being here. Do you know how to get down? Easy. Okay, so this happened on Friday, right after I got off my live. So this is a couple of days ago. But again, sometimes I want y'all to see patterns. So she went live Friday. I think it was in the afternoon. I don't know if it was after I took my nap or before. Don't quote me. I said I need to start writing down the times, but it never matters really. So remember now, she told everybody she had to be out by the next day, that the sheriff was coming, and that's why it was so urgent. And instead of her sister in the background packing, because they had to be out the next day, and that the U-Haul had already been scheduled. So instead of her sister doing anything, she was modding and talking trash in the background. Because I asked the question, do you have like plans after this? Because she, remember, was only asking for one hotel day, which again I found out after the fact, this is a regular occurrence. I don't even know how they continue to get apartments, but it's whatever. Her sister was in the background talking about, I'm an adult. Of course I have a plan. So you knew after you didn't pay the first, second, and the third month's rent that you needed a plan because you were going to get kicked out. So how come you have a plan for after this but didn't have a plan for when it was going to happen? You see how people, they think they're like answering something and they're being big, bad, and bold, and how it only exposes them to me even more? This is why I do what I do, because I appreciate everybody that does videos. I appreciate everybody who streams them. I do. But I don't have to do that because I just listen and find the lie. So that you guys can listen and find the lie too. So you're big and bad and you're an adult and you've made plans for after tomorrow, but why didn't you make a plans for tomorrow? Make that make sense. But so here we go. She's supposed to be out this day. And people are like, what's going on? Like, you are clearly in the same place. And she said they don't have to move out till Monday because the lady in the office was so nice. She said verbatim, the woman in the office knows that her daughter is autistic and they have nowhere to go. At least she's doing what she can do. But right before that, she said that she didn't have to be out until Monday, which is today, because the office isn't open on weekends, so no sheriff is coming on the weekend. So which is it? The office and the sheriff office doesn't do things on weekends, or she was being nice to you? Because you were supposed to be out Friday. So when did the weekend happen? And if they scheduled the sheriff for Friday, the sheriff is coming Friday. They're not going to call the sheriff and say, give them the weekend. But that's not what the person said. The person said, we're closed on the weekend. So you know what that informs my spidey senses? Was that it was never Friday to begin with. Why would you wait until the day you have to be out to ask for the money? Says my spidey senses. That doesn't make sense. You knew you had to be out. Why would you wait until the day before to ask for help? Because you knew there was no more money coming in. You know when money coming in. You know exactly what day you're getting money. So why would you wait till the night before? Because you were trying to create urgency in the people. You knew that people were going to come for you because you've been doing this for a while. So you needed to make it urgent, which is a red flag for scammers. That's what they do. They make it urgent so that they only have to be here a limited amount of time. Remember, the tears were flowing until people started to call her out. We have to be out by tomorrow. And remember, and I told y'all this, the first day, she made sure to let everybody know she had 3 children because she told us their ages. And then when she got called out, the oldest 2 don't live with her because they were taken away. Public record. Public record. Why they left her with an autistic child, I'll never understand. But maybe it's because the first 2 had somewhere to go and the baby doesn't. But if you felt the need to take away 2 of her children, why leave the third? But okay, it is what it is. So the whole idea that they ended the sheriff's visit on a Friday for a Monday, I call BS. I call BS that the woman was being nice to you. It was never going to be on the weekends. Why would they schedule a weekend sheriff if they're going to be closed? Because they need them locks changed immediately. But this is the other thing. Usually a complex like that has somebody on standby to lock people out, to change the locks. They're not personally doing it. Ooh, 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 ooh. Where's the popcorn, CJ? Who does she mind for? Cause you know she ain't gonna say it. Ooh, ooh. Oh, who do you mind for, Sandra? I bet you. I don't know. Somebody tell me, cause I don't pay attention to that unless I'm looking for it specifically. CJ, you know my memory isn't that long. Just tell me. You mod for BB Wash? Tell the class. Hilarious. Okay, so you mod for her. I'm glad you're here. Can you tell me where I've lied? Hey, Troller. Hey, baby. Tell me, tell me where I've lied. I love this for her. You can come in the box. Hey, Scam Opera. Come in the box. There we go. Oh no, it's Johnny Quest. Johnny Quest, give me a minute. I'm offering Sandra the box. Cause I want to know why she's here, but she's here because I'm talking about her person, and somebody sent it to her, and so she came in. But I want to know because you mod for her, so you know her better than I do. Oh, no problem, Johnny. You know her better than I do, and so if you come in the box, I would like for you to say where the lie is because she's gonna say I'm lying, that I don't know what I'm talking about. But you've been there for all of it. Oh yeah, she was the food for families person, right? Yeah, when you mod for somebody, you're saying that that you believe in them, that people should trust it, and that you have their confidence. Because they don't mod just anybody. They mod people who are going to keep the narrative. If you went in there and said, I think you're lying, you would be unmodded before you can turn your head left to right. Let's keep it a buck. If one of my mods came in here and said, I don't believe what you say, digital, and nobody should believe you either, do you think they'd still be a mod? So that means that you, at the very least, want to see her succeed in what she does. And so I'm here to say that she's full of crap, that she's lying to people about the reasons. And you're here to obviously hear me say that as well. You can't be a mod and then pretend like you're not a supporter. Because why else would you be here? You can't learn anything from what I'm going to say because I'm going to repeat the things that she said in the live. Oh, well, you're saying, what does it have to do with me? It has something to do with me because I'm trying to raise the consciousness. I'm trying to explain to people why what they say when they make it sound urgent is a lie. When they make it sound like without people's money, they can't do anything, that they're going to be homeless with their child. When they knew this, when they stopped paying the rent 3 months ago. Right. The moment you come and ask for money, you've made it my business. Because if I believe your story and I sent you money and then I find out later that it was BS, the fact that she was a part of that food for families thing but made sure she didn't use any of her payment apps so that her fingers wouldn't get caught, that's why it's my business. It's everybody's business. Because they're taking advantage of people and you know it and you co-sign it by being her mod. Correct, Sarah. Probably getting a kickback maybe, but a lot of them don't do it for that. They do it because they get to feel powerful as a mod. Because let's be honest, how many of them are really paying their mods? And if they get scammed and they say something, they get blocked. Why would you block somebody who helped you? Alley Cat, I love that. It's called a social contract. Contract. I would say construct, but a social contract of behavior. I'm writing that down. Somebody pin that comment. If it is illegal to steal in a store, even if you are in need, stealing from people on the internet is just as bad. It doesn't even matter that's a need. You're stealing from people on the internet about by lying. How is that any better? Because, okay, so Sandra, you're saying if we don't like her, it's not about liking her or not. That's the misconception. It's not about liking her. I don't even care about what she does in terms of her. What I care about are the people who are going to be suckered by her story, Send them. Some of people will send their very last, and I'm going to talk about that with Tim and Angela because proof was shown yesterday. They will send them their last because they think they're protecting a baby, and then get blocked. You're okay with that? That's okay with you? That there's a person with social, and you'll be like, oh well, it was their choice. Was it? Because if they knew it was a lie, would they send it? Would they send it if they knew it was a lie? So it's okay for people to be manipulated? Would you want your grandmother manipulated into giving the last of her social security because somebody was lying, Sandra? That's okay with you? If it was your grandmother. So Sandra, if it was your grandmother, you would be like, well, too bad you're being stupid? Or would you feel like she was being taken advantage of? Let me ask you this, Sandra. Would you be okay if your grandmother came across a man who said he was in the military and that he was stuck there and needed her money, and she sent money because she thought this American person was stuck there, but it was an African in Nigeria? Or would you say you got scammed? I'm sorry. Don't mute her. Please don't mute her. Unmute her. I don't give a crap. Unmute her. Please don't mute her. Because I want the answers to my questions. You would be okay with that if it was your grandmother. Oh, you sent her a request for the box. Yeah, because talking in the comments means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. Because you like to stay in the background. You don't expect coming to a live that someone's going to say, get a box. You feel powerful as long as people don't know who you are. Girl, you got to be faster than that around here. Why don't you answer my question, Sandra? Stop going back and forth with people in the comments. Answer my question. Would you be okay with your grandmother being lied to and she sends her last so that it messes up her finances? You're okay with that? Oh, she said yes? I'm glad I'm not your grandmother, because damn, that's cold-blooded. That's cold-blooded. That you would be okay with your own grandmother. And let me just tell y'all something. That's a lie. She's just saying that because she wants to say that she doesn't care about when other people do it. That is 100% a lie. That's 100% a lie. You wouldn't want to see your grandmother being your mother. You wouldn't even would you. You're okay. So wait a minute. If you're okay with it being your mother and your grandmother's, then you're okay with being taken advantage of. But you would want to tell us you're smarter than that, right? You're smarter than that. You're smarter. You're smart enough to wait. If she's crazy enough to send her last, then yes, that's her problem. But Sandra, they're not sending their money because they're crazy. Their last because they're crazy. They're sending their last because they care about people and they wouldn't want to see a baby out on the street There's a difference. There's a difference. It's not that they're sending their lives because they're crazy. They're sending it because they think they're protecting someone. Facts upon facts. I almost said it myself. Well, then send me your money. She knows people fall for the scam because she mods for it. Let's go back to the lie that she had to be out and that the woman was saving her because her daughter's autistic. You're okay with a woman having her kids taken away because she wasn't a good mother? You're okay with her creating an entire scam that even scammed the person in on the scam? Right, she would steal from her own grandmother and then tell her why was she too stupid not to have her money in a bank instead of in her drawer. Like, come on. But stick around, baby, because I'm gonna talk about somebody who's even worse than her. So stick around. But I'm done with you. I'm not wasting another moment. We already passed the time. Dang, I wish I would have known that because I would have stopped a long time ago. So then she told her mod, Sandra, to block everyone that doesn't have a profile picture. And then she claimed she wasn't begging. And so someone asked her, it wasn't me, if you aren't begging, why are you here? So then she told everybody she would go live Sunday and Monday when she got settled. If that's an odd statement to make, right? You have nowhere to go. You have absolutely no money, but you're going to go live when you get settled? And then, of course, she has to let us know that the hotel will be $478 a week for 2 beds. But you're not here begging? That's called dry begging, by the way. Sandra, go look at my list of the spectrum of scamming. You might learn something. I've already explained that to you, Sandra. Open your ears and close your mouth. I've already explained why I care. So open your ears and close your mouth. You busy going back and forth with people in the comments thinking that you're making a difference. You're not. Not to a single person in here, baby. So then she talked about how much it broke her heart what some of the people say on here. Now I bet any amount of money her DMs got flooded with people being mean. I don't particularly like that. I don't think it's necessary, but I can only control me. Oh, good morning. Please don't say sorry. Please don't say sorry. Sandra, I'm glad you think it's funny. I'm glad you're entertained. Again, continue to stick around. I appreciate the view. And then she said she still hadn't gotten a hotel room. But remember before she said that she'd be settled. And then lovely CJ said, all the people in this house and no one works. You know he got blocked. Sandra, were you the one to block him? Of course she's a thumb warrior, because if she was really down for her, she'd get in a box. She'd get him right. Y'all stop going back and forth with her, because this is what she's here for. She gets no shine whatsoever in BB Wash's live. She has to sit there and be silent and just block people. So here she's getting all of the attention she desires. No, don't mute her. Unmute her. Don't mute her. Don't mute her. Because then they're going to run around and be like, well, I can't say what I want to say. We're different than the scammer. Don't mute her. Just stop giving her the attention. Stop going back and forth with her. Let her say whatever she wants to say. It's not going to stop nothing here. Oh, after dark, don't worry about it. Be as disrespectful as you like. Carmen, very rarely. Very rarely. Just stop going back and forth with her because she's enjoying this attention because she doesn't get this in the person she mods for. So let her do whatever. Even the smart, the highly educated are dumb sometimes. So why'd you mute CJ? She doesn't have money for a hotel, but she isn't asking for anything. Again, why are you here? Why are you mentioning amounts if you're not here for money? Why are you saying you have absolutely nowhere to go with your daughter when there's a whole grown man there? A whole grown man. When did men stop being providers? Because I remember being told they're providers, protectors, and what's the third one? Providers, protectors, and something else. Correct. And common sense isn't that common. But anyway, I forgot what the third one was. But it's providers, protectors. And nowadays, the men are like, provide for me. Provide for me. Please stop going back and forth with her. Please. Please. Don't even say her name. Like, let her die. Don't say nothing else about her. Let her die here in the comments. Yes, thank you. Providers, professors, and what was the other one? And protectors. Thank you, Kryptonite. That's what they used to be. They used to be raised to be that. And now with all of these incels and these men's podcasts, let her provide for you. She wants to be like a man, let her be like a man. And then we have those who would scam women, right? They don't have nowhere else to go. Their mama done kicked them out. They got out of jail, got out of the halfway house. And so they find a girl with low self-esteem who will let them move in rent-free, impregnate her so that they are stuck together, but damn sure won't marry her because that way they can both get food stamps. They can both get Medicaid. And then he could claim homelessness because he damn sure doesn't use her address. So he can get even more benefits because otherwise he'd be made to get a job. Shout out, it's coming. If it's not happened already, it's coming. You're going to have to work for all of that. Or they're going to put you in a work program so that you can work. But he'll impregnate her to get them stuck while he continues to live off of their benefits. And lo and behold, she don't even have it to have her own place. So now we move into her sister's place. So it's a bunch of adults now. And nobody can figure out how to pay the rent. And this was the other funny thing she said. She said, we were paying the rent for 11 months. Like, 11 months is a long time? And maybe, again, it comes with age. And she's old enough to know. 11 months isn't a long time. It's like when somebody says, we've been working for a week. As grown as you are, falling on hard times is once when it comes to the rent. And when you are homeless again and you have the ability to work, you figure that out. Because you don't ever want to be homeless again. And certainly not with 3 and 4 adults in the house. Able-bodied adults. And let's not blame the autism on the child. That means she has to be home. You know how many people go to work every day with autistic children? Because they want to provide a quality life for said child. But again, we had to use our 3 children to make it sound like 3 children would be homeless. But it was only one. But it was only one. Hey, members. Welcome in, baby. So, again, they had to spend their money on a U-Haul and a storage unit. And she wasn't asking for money. She was just updating her people that she will figure it out. She will figure it out. And then she said that they would have to put, she was washing clothes all day because they would have to put the washer and dryer in storage, as if there aren't laundromats. But they're a family of 5. And I wrote, what, question mark? And this is where she said there was only one child. Because before that, I thought it was 3. Because people were questioning, how are 8 people going to stay in 2 beds? So then she clarified that they were only a family of 5 with 1 child. So there are 4 adults and 1 child? And they're all going to stay in the same room? That makes sense. And I said that's not what she said yesterday. She talked about, and let me see the ages, because I wrote it down, because that's what I do. Wait, let's see. I wrote down her and her sister are the adults, and there are 5 children. And then I wrote, I believe there's a man also, and that would make 8 people. The sheriffs were coming tomorrow. But wait, let me see. I wrote down the ages. You know what's so crazy? I can remember what side of the page it was on. And I don't know why I do that, but I can. It was something like 14, 11, and 4. There we go. It was 14, 11, and 4. I know she doesn't have custody of the older 2. Hold on. Good morning.
Good morning, Digital.
How are you?
Good. I am so glad I am finally able to catch one of your
I
lives.
know because I've gone over so far.
I'm like, wait a minute. Tell the truth, be telling me we gotta watch Digital. Very seldomly can catch your lives. I was kind of who are we talking about? I kind of got on kind of late.
Oh, okay. Well, normally I talk about 9 people in a
Okay.
day. So this is the young lady we're talking about here, BB Wash, and we have. Well, she might have left now that she's not.
Motion detected at front door.
She might have left because she stopped getting attention, but she feels like it's okay for her to lie and get money.
Okay, we got the same old. All
Right.
these, yeah, the same old, same old, same old.
The same old. So I was talking about the fact that the first day she was claiming that she had 3 children who would be homeless. And I remembered their ages because I wrote it down. And she specifically said, oh my God, the 11-year-old is about to be 12 and the 4-year-old is about to be 5, and I can't have them homeless. And then the next day, when she was trying to explain why they would only need 1 hotel room with 2 beds, and that's $478, is because there's only 5 of them and only 1 child. But the day before, oh, she's still here? Okay. But the
Yes.
day before, it was my three children are going to be homeless. So
Mm.
when did it become one child? But again,
Right.
we're going to keep going. The oldest children live with their dad because they were taken from her.
Mm.
And this ain't scam number one. This is scam 3000.
I was just about to
Um,
say it seemed like she's a pro at this.
oh, yeah.
Just like a lot
Um,
of them,
Then she said she knew she wouldn't have the $2,000, which was the amount she needed to come up with because the church was willing to pay the rest of the rent.
Mm-hmm.
So when she knew she couldn't come up with the money, then she knew she was going to be evicted, but pretended like they didn't see a way out. My thing is, if everybody in the house was working, even if you fell on hard times after 11 months, she said it was the 12th month they couldn't pay. You don't get evicted after the first month and
No,
you're
they
paid.
it's
It takes
gonna
months.
yeah, it's gonna at least take because with me, I'm in the process with that. I have an apartment that I sublease, but I'm giving it up. I mean, they
Uh-huh.
have to go through the process of going through the courts, filing for an eviction, getting a court date, going to court, and then the judge will be like, well, you got 3 days to move, or you got 7 days to move. It'll be up to the judge.
Right. But then, even after that, when they don't move when the judge says, they then have to ask for a sheriff to come and put you out, which
Yeah.
gives you a few more days.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
none of this is a surprise. It's not
Mhm.
like she got a note on the door and said you have to leave and sheriffs are coming. You have time to know that that's happening. And even
Right.
then, in all that time, nobody got a job so that then when they were put out, they would have some funds. Somebody, and it was probably Sandra who said to me, I was like, what have you done with all the money? And somebody was like, for their babies and food or something like that. Again, we're supposed to be adults and nobody thought to start putting it together so that they could at least have something when it was time to go.
I mean,
Something when it was time to
yeah,
go.
something to at least like make sure that if it's not a nice room, you can get one of these rinky dink hotels
A
that's
motel. You could get a
right, a
motel.
motel that's not that doesn't cost it. Like,
Right. She wanted something that would cost $478. But let's be clear about it. She was asking for that amount. That's not what they would have paid. They
mm-mm.
wouldn't have paid that. You know what, Sean? Let me let you down in case Sandra wants to come up. Okay?
Okay,
But I
okay.
appreciate you coming up because I
Yes,
want to
I'm gonna
reserve the
stay
spot
tuned
for her.
in. I'm gonna
Okay.
stay tuned in.
Thank you, my love. I
Thank you,
appreciate
love.
it.
Thank you
And
for having me.
of course, anytime. But I want to save the box for her, just in case, since she's still running her mouth. Don't go back and forth with her, guys. Please don't. Do not mention her name. Don't at her. Don't reply to her. Don't talk to her. Please. I'm asking. Please do not go back and forth with her. Because she feels how she feels. And unless she's prepared to come in a box, I don't want her to have anybody to go back and forth with. Please. Please don't. Don't say her name, nothing. So a church offered to pay most of the rent, but they had to come up with 2,000. Now again, if they had any intent on even trying to pay the rent, they would have started putting stuff together. Somebody would go get another job, a part-time job, or something. Don't make it 5 minutes, CJ. Make it one. Don't hate on the people. Don't hate on the people. So this at this point is when she said that they had paid for 11 months until they couldn't pay the 12th month. And I wrote down, it had to be more than 1 month, baby. It had to be. Because there are people who perpetually owe 1 month. They like something happened and they couldn't pay that rent month. So then they paid every month after. And then at some point the landlord is like, when are you gonna pay this? They may even make a payment arrangement, like give me $50 a month extra. Or they perpetually get a late fee until they figure it out. So this isn't about somebody falling on hard times once. That's not what this is. I don't do that. Because I understand that everybody has a circumstance. I don't start talking about somebody until it's repetitive. And I can see right through the lie. Don't let me see right through your lie, because you're going to end up here as a bolo. But I couldn't bolo her because this ain't the first, second, or third time. And she was a part of that Food for Families. And when I found out what that was, oh, hey, Cass, you can never be a bolo. I have seen Nick Harris. He is one of the few I can't watch. I can't watch him, Lori. I struggle with Gabby and Danny, especially when Gabby starts coloring. Why are 3,000 people watching her color like a child? Now, don't get me wrong, coloring and therapy go hand in hand. But why is that the consumption of TikTok? Like, why are we sitting there being like, you're so great while she colors? Mind you, she won't let her child touch them markers. Huh? But okay. That's funny. A fake CPS visit, and Danny ate it up. I thought, in my opinion, they were live battling. One would come on, the other would come on, and one person. And in fairness to Danny, Gabby puts up that she's going to have her sister arrested for what? And why would you do that to your twin? Why couldn't that be a conversation? So when she did that, it was no hold barred for Danny. And then Danny came on boohoo again. Why is boohoo crying for TikTok consumption? I don't get it. And then she said, "We'll be all right." That's a lot of confidence for someone who was here 2 days ago crying that she didn't have any other way. Suddenly we're all right? So today was supposed to be eviction. Yesterday was supposed to be the day that they were leaving. That they were just going to wash clothes before they could put the washer and dryer in storage. And they were just going to put a few more things. Because according to her, they only had a few more things. Where you been sleeping, but okay. And that they would be okay. So I'm waiting for the live today to see. And this account can be blocked. I'll still be there. So block away. I'll still be there. Have fun with that. Make sure all of the mute block buttons is clear and fresh. But I'll still be there. Don't worry. And then I left. Because I had other people to talk about. So I am sorry I've gone over. Anybody who needs to leave, please do. But I can't go without bringing this up. I can't. Sorry. I can't even save this. Because after what I saw yesterday, shout out to the crew from yesterday. It was Fallon, Just Stop Already, Scam Opera, Troller. And I don't remember who put this up, but if you are here, you are welcome in the box to put it up for everybody else who didn't see it. I don't know if they left yesterday, but today was the day that the sheriff was coming. And so if you don't have nowhere else to go and nobody's helping you with an apartment, you probably spent the night because you have nowhere else to go. So why would you leave on Sunday? At the very least, you could sleep tonight. No charge for extra innings. Yeah, but I don't usually do this because I'm trying to get to my nap. But Tim and Angela, let's find the page. So they came on. I shouldn't say they. He came on. And let's start with the fact that they work at McDonald's for $10 a day and they get paid weekly. I mean, $10 an hour. Oh my Lord, $10 a day. Ah! And their room is $65 a night. You know what, Heather? Thank you. At first, I thought you rode from Florida to Michigan in the time I've been live, but then that didn't make sense, and so then I understood. Thank you. So I love when they say the room is just 65. If it was a just, you would be doing it for yourself. I love how they make it sound like it's not much for us, but it's overwhelming for them. Oh well, he picks up extra shifts so that it could turn into a full-time paycheck. And he's so worried when she has to work at night alone. I was worried that her disability would be exacerbated if she was able to work from 3 to 11 and 9 to 5 and all of those things. Because remember, he was collecting money because she could not work, that he was going to be the worker. Half the time he don't work a full shift, but a lot of people say they don't work at all. Now, people said that they saw them in their McDonald's uniforms. So unless they bought them on Amazon, which you can buy um, work shirts and stuff, and you could probably even get them cheaper on eBay. That's a thing. That's a thing. Wait, I missed what Mander said. She doesn't even work a full shift. Oh, yeah, neither one of them do. And he claims, right? He claims that often the reason why they don't work a full shift is because McDonald's has too many people and that they're hiring every Tuesday. And he actually told people in his area they're hiring come work there. So you mean to tell me that they hire people so that nobody gets a full shift? Now I understand them hiring so that nobody earns enough hours to be full time so they don't have to offer benefits. Walmart is famous for that. They make sure that they only hire you, even if you work more than that. They only have to report the hours that they hired you for so that they don't have to offer you like vacation time, medical, etc. Do you know that a lot of Walmart employees don't earn enough so they still get food stamps and Medicaid? That's on purpose. It keeps their costs way down. Your salary is usually less than half of what they have to pay for you. Because remember, they got to pay their part of the taxes. When you pay $50 in taxes, that is matched by the company. Taxes is just one thing. Then you add in insurance, and then they have to cover vacation pay and sick pay and like personal days. They're not doing that for everybody. They aren't children. They be grown adults with kids. So that's why they do it. But they don't do it to the point where they're hiring every Tuesday in perpetuity. There isn't enough money for that. So that unless they're firing every Monday, they're not hiring every Tuesday. Is it a new McDonald's? But he did say they are open overnight, but was no. I'm sorry, Rissa said that. I don't think he said that. Rissa said that the McDonald's closes. It's open all night, but that you can't walk up to the window, so she couldn't go there to get food. I'm confusing the McDonald's. Anyway, he said, I know 65 may be a lot for one person, but anything you can spare, $5 or $10. You couldn't come up with your own $5 or $10, but it's just if you can spare it. And what got me was they had the room for that night. He was just trying to get an early shot at it for tomorrow so he wouldn't have to wake up and worry about it. But of course, you're not going to have to send anything after Wednesday because they're going to be on the road to recovery. That's when they get paid, on Wednesday. He kept saying that. Wednesday, Wednesday, Wednesday. And they act like their first check is going to allow them to buy a home. So somebody said they couldn't help because their bills were getting crazy. And then another person said something, right? So this happened a couple of times. He would start saying, like, I understand completely, or I understand. And after he sometimes didn't even finish the word understand, he would change the subject. He would change the subject. He would literally start talking about something else. And then, of course, he had to tell everybody, I've laid out her pajamas and I laid out all of her beauty products. And he kept calling this one roller a beauty product, but it made his ice cold. And he was like, oh, I see why she uses this. And the dog was fed and people were like, oh, you're such a good husband. A husband wouldn't have got a job a week ago. Somebody offered them their Netflix account. You know what? And this is what I mean by how insidious it is. Because people are literally like, I'm saving their life. I'm making it so that his wife can come home and just take a shower and relax. And he's hitting y'all up for tomorrow. Now, I don't mind the hustle, but hustle and work, sir. If you have this much hustle in you, get a job. At this point, start a business. At least do affiliate marketing. You get free products. And all you got to do. And nowadays, they don't even talk about the products. Do you know how many people I've reported for doing everything else but talk about the product? They may have it on. They don't talk about it. They may just say, oh, if you want this wig, hit the thing in the bottom. And then they go back to whatever they want to talk about. I saw one granny, okay? Granny. I can't even remember what she was selling. She did not have it on. She just had the box open. And she was shaking her ass for the camera on a Sunday. And she looked good. Do not get me wrong. Granny looked good. But why are you shaking your ass while you sell a product? Make it make sense. And she made sure she had on, I think it was pajamas, not quite Trinity's pajamas, but pajamas, so that she could shake her ass for real and you could really see it. And even young men were like, yo, I'd knock Granny down because she looks good. But why? How is that selling the product? But at least if you have this much hustle to get the money for tomorrow, do something else to make the money. Get another job if you're not getting full time hours at McDonald's. Hustle up the money so your wife, who is very, very ill, doesn't have to get out there and bust her ass too. You claim you're so worried about her. You should be working day and night if her illness is that bad. But no, you now got her ass out there working too. Auntie Ann, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Please don't go back and forth with her either. Please don't. This is the only place they're going to get any attention. So please don't. Let them have it. Hey, baby.
Hey,
We even got to
how are
that
you?
part. Good. Good morning. I'm going to get to it. Don't you
Oh,
worry.
oh, okay, okay. I'll drop then and let you get
No,
to
don't
it.
drop. There ain't no point to you to drop. There's no point to you to drop. You are here for this. I just haven't gotten there yet. Hold
Okay,
on.
go ahead. I'll mute. Go ahead.
So he kept changing the subject, which just, I was like, really? So then I wrote down, are they going to stop asking for help on Tuesday? Because he kept saying it over and over again about them both getting paid on Wednesday. Then he said whatever they make through Tuesday is gonna get they're gonna get it on Wednesday. So this was what, Saturday? So he had a shift on Sunday, and then he said he was gonna do a shift on Monday and Tuesday so that they got whatever they made up until Tuesday, they would get paid on Wednesday. Now I know payroll has gotten AI digitized so that literally when you check out, there's a computer printing the check. And maybe the check is getting printed in McDonald's, or if you have direct deposit, which we know they do because they constantly getting deposits into their CA account, that you get it literally. But I remember when it used to take time. Whatever you ended on Tuesday, you had to wait until the next Wednesday to get paid because it had to be processed. Someone had to sign off and verify that those were your hours. That's how it used to be. I'm not saying it's like that anymore. But I know some people need a paper check, right? They don't have anywhere to cash it. So how do they get paid the very next day? Pay is weekly. It is weekly. But how do you get paid on Wednesday what you did on Tuesday night? And if they're open for 24 hours, at what point do they cut it off? It has to be midnight. So if they cut the pay off at midnight, how do they have everybody's checks ready Wednesday morning? Yeah, some places they do pay. Some places, some McDonald's pay every day. But is it every day? McDonald's gets paid on Friday. That's hilarious, Donna. But I don't understand how the process happens so fast and they've only been working a week. Digital has day pay. I just don't understand how it happens so quickly. That doesn't make sense to me. But AI makes it happen, I guess. You don't need people in payroll when AI is doing it. But McDonald's, And maybe it's a local McDonald's because some McDonald's are owned by the corporation and some McDonald's are owned by individuals. I know they have day pay, Joanne, but they're not saying that's how they get paid. You don't gotta say sorry.
I don't know if you were in the live yesterday.
Yours?
Tim just received $70 from a 65-year-old disabled woman, and with a promise to pay her back. He gave her the runaround. I have all the screenshots. They're on my page. You don't have to go watch a video, but they're there. And I want to see how he explains this away. I need it for my mortgage. I need it for my mortgage. I have to pay a $95 late fee if I don't get this. I helped you. You have to pay me back. And it was just a run around, run around, run around. She took the money out of her food budget to pay her mortgage. So now she's short on food. And she was offered money from someone, to like help her with food, and she won't accept it. She's a widow. She's 65, disabled, and on a budget. So this is the second time he has done this.
Wait a minute though. In the messages when he eventually told her, "I'm sorry. I never had any intention of paying you that."
Yep.
That all the runaround was literally just to keep her going when he knew that she was going to pay a $90 late fee for giving him the money.
Absolutely.
So
It's
you tell somebody you're going to pay them back and they believe you because they trust you because they don't think you're lying. So they give it to you because they're so connected. Like people will send her money for coffee every day because she says she likes coffee. And he'll be like, we went and got coffee with it because that's what it was for. But they tell you, you promised them payment back. And they like you, they love you so much that they are willing to do it on the basis of getting paid back. Some of them don't even require payback, but they do it because you say you will and you knew you were lying from the gate. And even when you knew you asked for it back, you gave them the runaround for 24 hours just to tell them, sorry, I knew I couldn't pay you back. Sorry? That was supposed to answer it?
mm-hmm.
Sorry? He didn't come to his live and say, guys, I made a mistake. I told somebody I could pay them back. I knew I couldn't. And I'm sorry for doing that to her. It affected her ability to pay her bills. Did he come to the live and apologize to her? Because that's integrity, right?
Yep.
But he couldn't do that. He won't do that because he wants to keep getting the money. And I saw somebody say they were laying in a hotel room paid for by other people, eating pizza paid for by other people. How are you sitting back that calm and collected and cool with a dog that you somehow always get to feed, but you can't feed yourself? Wait a minute. Somebody wants the box. Okay, this I don't know how this is gonna go, but I'm gonna let you up anyway. Oh yeah, he's really an honest man. That
Hello.
Bible. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Why are you guys so mad?
Honey, I promise you, you haven't even come close to understanding my mad. This is not mad. This is concern for people who are being taken advantage of. Mad, no.
Honey,
Were you the woman in my box yesterday?
no, I'm not. I'm new to this. Not true to this. I'm just new. I just
Oh, okay.
wonder.
Did you
So
hear the story? Did you hear the story of him taking advantage of a disabled woman who's a widow for $70
I
for
mean,
his
I
hotel
mean, like,
room?
I'm not gonna defend him for that. Like that, you can't do that. But like, Guys, come on! It's Monday morning. It's Monday
I know. And
morning.
so, as since you're new, let me explain. I go live Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 6:30 a.m. because that is when the people who enjoy my content said they wanted me to go live. Oh, they're live now, so somebody must have told them I was talking about them, or they need money for tonight. So there's no anger. There is disgust at the fact that they take advantage of people and don't work. And then when they see their money getting short, they claim they got a job at McDonald's a week ago. They've been doing this for years. So, and then training, and he just wanted a hotel room for his wife so that she didn't have to sit in a hot car all day. He never had a job.
Mm-hmm.
He was caught just walking around.
Right.
And he's been doing this on about a year, but off of TikTok and in their community.
That's crazy.
It is. That's why we're bringing awareness.
So there's no anger about them.
No.
I don't
Yes,
want to see
but my
anybody. Hold on.
question. My
I don't want to
question.
see any
I'm
of them
sorry.
homeless or hungry or any of that. I want them to stop taking advantage of people by lying to them. If they were just telling, like Maggie, and I don't even think she tells the truth now, but there are some who just straight beg for the amount, and I still have a problem with that. But then there are those who lie and manipulate to get the money, and that incenses my sensibilities. Like somebody said before, there's a social contract of behavior.
Be disrespectful or anything, but like my thing was like, how many hours do you guys do this for, like on live or something?
Okay, so I go live Monday, Wednesday, and
How many hours do you guys do this for, like on live or something?
okay, so I go live Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 6:30 to 9:30. Today just happened to go over, and then I watch for myself. So does it take hours? Yes, but it's a passion project for me because I think about my deceased mother and father, and not so much my mother because my mother was
Oh,
a
rest
badass.
in peace. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you. That's okay. And but my dad was a kind person, and my mother used to get mad at him because he would give loans to people, and my mom would be like, "You know they're not going to pay you back," and he would be like, "It's okay, it's okay," and they were living on Social Security. And it used to irk my mother. But my mother was the saver, and so they always had money. It just was my father was kind-hearted. So I think about the fact that if they had ever had the opportunity for a TikTok, my father would have gave away his shirt. The only reason why they wouldn't be broke is because my mother would be like, if you touch mine, it's going to be a problem. But my father would have given the shirt off his back. And I don't, so that I feel for the grandmothers. I saw a single mother living in a hotel give money to other people living in a hotel, and she had children, and they took it. They took it from another mother with children, leaving a DV situation, and it was two young, able-bodied people getting that money from her, and they took it.
I can't believe that happened. That's hard to go through. I'm really sorry about that. Also, to the comments hating, guys, I'm 23 years old. Like, I'm a youngin. I'm a youngin.
You know what I think the problem is? You came in and said that we were mad without
Well,
understanding what was happening. And so
well,
when you say that, there are people who support them who say the same thing. So they think that you're
yes,
just
ma'am.
being funny.
Yes, ma'am. I saw this and I thought you guys were coming off as mad and I didn't mean to disrespect you guys. It's all love. I understand.
Okay. Well, you know what? I appreciate instead of you not knowing and just assuming that you came up and asked. I appreciate that.
All right, I'll get
100%.
I'll get off so you guys can keep talking. But thank you for giving me the opportunity to understand, and I'm not trying to hate or anything. And thank you for just being understanding with me as well.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Do you know how to get down?
I actually don't. I've never done this before.
Oh,
Can you
okay. Well, I'll
can
let
you
you
kick me
down.
off? Can you
Well,
kick
I'm
me
not
off?
going to kick you off, but I'll let you down.
Oh, okay. Get me off here. I don't know how to do it.
Okay, no
Say
problem.
we.
Have a great day. And since you know I have a regular schedule, you are always welcome to hear the stories because I do 9 a day, except for Fridays. I do 9 a day. Okay. So let's get back to Timothy and Tilly. So I saw somebody say they are on right now asking for hotel money. Well,
They
we're
are.
only at Monday.
Mm-hmm.
We're only at Monday. So we'll be here. And I promise that on Thursday they'll be back here again.
Yep. And on Friday, he said he was going in at 4, and I was watching someone else, and he was at his time was 4:27. My time was 5:27. His time was 4:27, and he was in another beggar and scammers live. I personally don't believe he's working. That's not.
McDonald's lets you be on your phone. I promise you they don't.
Well, he said it was slow, so they sent him home. So he must have only been there because he said it takes about 10 minutes to get there. So, like, let's do the math here. He was only there for about like 5 minutes or so. And then, come on, Tim. Come on.
And if you're that desperate for hours, you don't like, I really need to stay. I
Right.
really need the money. You guys know I'm living in a hotel.
Yep.
Just
And
say thank you and turn around and walk out. That don't sound like the hustler Tim that I know on TikTok.
yep. Yep. And also, like, I know you get sent home, if it's slow, but it's usually not last one in, first one out. I'm just making that point right there. It's usually first one in, first one out.
But this is the other thing. You pretend like you are honest, God fearing, that you don't take advantage of people. We just got proof that that's what you do another time.
Mm-hmm.
We've already caught you in numerous lies, and I don't even do that big of digging.
Yep.
I saw what I saw yesterday, and that incensed me more. But I was going to come and talk about the night that he was talking about, oh, I'm doing this for my wife, and I'm just trying to get prepared for tomorrow. You have that much hustle, then you need to do something different. But again, they've only, according to them, they just got jobs a week ago.
Right.
What
Yep.
happened to the job that you were being trained for? But when that got busted, you just stopped lying about it.
Right. And let me point out when he got the job at the prison that he didn't get, he didn't tell anybody. It was for his safety. I can't tell anybody. XYZ, blah blah blah. But then all of a sudden now it's we're working at McDonald's. Like, why are you offering that information but so secretive about the job before?
Right.
But yeah.
And of course, they're concerned about their safety because people are taking pictures of their car. Well, if you're telling everybody, and somebody said it, and I agree that this is true. When they tell you where they work, it's because they want them to get called so they get fired so they can say the trolls did it.
Right.
So that before they've been fired because of the trolls. Now, I have said this multiple times on my platform. If we want people to stop begging, we can't call their job and get them fired. Like, that doesn't make sense. So please don't do that. Let them work. They need to work after all they've done. But I also believe that A, there was never a job, so nobody called. And B, um, they got fired on their own and they want to make it about the trolls. Because they make everything about the trolls. Jay Lynn yesterday said that, was it you she called out just stop? Wasn't it you? Or was it somebody else?
Jalen? No, I've never covered
Oh,
Jalen.
okay.
Yeah.
But oh no, truth about you, I think is what she said. You've had me kicked out of multiple trailers, meaning homes, trailer homes. How could somebody get you kicked out of multiple trailer homes if you're paying the bill? Like, I don't even understand. I wish somebody would call and say, you need her to lose her job. Let me tell you something. When I'm working at a job, my reputation precedes me. They would be like, Yeah, okay, and hang up. There isn't enough trolls that could make me lose my job because of how well I do my job. So I don't believe that. You're blocked on 8 accounts?
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, if you go in, if you follow any awareness, they'll pull up your profile in Tim and Angela's live at least. They'll pull up your profile. If you follow any awareness people,
I love
you
how
should.
my troll account only follows trolls. For that
Hmm.
reason,
Yep.
I only follow trolls.
Yep.
I mean,
But yeah.
I don't follow any troll accounts. I don't follow any awareness accounts.
Right, right.
For that
Exactly.
reason, that's what I meant, not trolls.
Exactly. Yep. That's the way you got to do it. But yeah, and then one I know a couple people were asking. He got $2,500 from one of his mods in the past. Like he's been making bank, and I have all the receipts. So yeah, Tim, he just needs to stop. He needs to stop.
That's too Petrie, but they may block you for that. But it is true that you can hide. And I did that on my personal account because I was in I was on like the messy side of TikTok first. And the first thing they did, I can't remember who we were talking about, but they were talking about other creators they didn't like. One in particular. And I got in the box, and my question was, well, y'all are talking about him, but what's the end game? Like, y'all are talking about him because you want him to get kicked off the platform. But then what? Like, if he doesn't, what? And they were like, we don't have to have an end game. And I was like, what kind of answer is that? And then one of the people supporting them in the box was like, oh, well, you follow them. But so does 200,000 other people. What do you mean? And I was like, why would you go through who I'm following to try to make a point? After that, for that, my personal account, I took on my troll account, the other ones, yeah, I don't do that. I don't feel like I need to. But my I keep calling them troll accounts, but I don't actually troll. But on my burners, oh, thank you for doing that. And I love when you support my guests. I appreciate that as well. Um, on my burner account, they don't follow digital. They don't even know what digital. What are you talking about?
Yep.
And they don't follow my personal account either. Nope, don't do it.
Yep. But
But I
yeah,
also tell y'all to get accounts that aren't connected to your real account. Please stop doing that. Because the other thing is that people will see you in there saying things and they're going to screenshot it. Why? Like, or it's your real account, and then people who don't like you will find out your business and report it all over TikTok. Don't do it. And then you get doxxed and everybody's all the time. Stop giving them your real information. Anyway, I'm already over an hour over. Why am I still talking?
I'm sorry. I was gonna say I'm gonna go watch him and his lies that he's spewing out of his mouth right now. But yeah, you guys have a good day, and thank you everybody for the gifts. Yeah, no, yeah, I heard him say, "Oh, I haven't been begging for years." Okay, Tim, we all know better. But thank you for
Right.
the gifts, and thank you for letting me up.
You know that's anytime,
I
baby.
appreciate it.
Anytime.
I appreciate everybody. Have a great day.
You too. And I'll be watching if you go live for sure. Yes, please thank my mods. It's not always easy. It's never when I say always, it's never easy to mod for me. It's a lot. Because I got the scammers who don't like me, their mods who don't like me, their supporters who don't like me, and then other people in the community don't like me because I don't do it the way they think I should. It's hard work. Yeah, there won't be a live tomorrow. Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I haven't really talked about it. I am waiting the results of a test today. I go and find out. Depending on that test, there will either be or not a live on Wednesday. But if there will not be a live on Wednesday, you will know it today because I will post it today. But I don't want any sympathy. I don't because we are not claiming it. We're not claiming it. So who delete their account? They're on right now. Of course not. Please, please. I don't need prayers. I don't need nothing. I'm only telling you because I don't want you to be surprised if I'm not here. But we're not claiming it. We will deal with the hill when it comes. That's what Mr. Digital always says. Deal with it when it gets here. Oh, Guardians asked for a box. Oh, I request. I'm already making the mods work overtime. Y'all better show, at least tell them you appreciate them. What? Guardians request. Okay, there we go. Hello, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you for your service.
No, something up, and it was just a small oversight. You can be medically discharged from active duty on a service-related injury and serve in the reserves. Now, I noticed Fortney said he served 6 years in the reserve, but he was medically discharged for pneumonia, which is not a service-related injury. So that's debunked. But there is such a thing as the Montgomery.
Okay. Thank you for that. I love when you come and you clarify because most of us who aren't connected to the military or didn't have family that's active duty, who aren't connected to the military or didn't have family that's active duty rules to remember about one thing. And depending on what war you served in, there's different, acts that apply. It is very difficult for those of us without served in. There's different, acts that apply. It is very difficult for those of us without experience to know. Like I couldn't even remember the DBT 14 half the time. I knew it was
It's
subject, but I couldn't remember.
these and the terms. There's so many of them. It's so vast, and they're ever changing.
Right.
Every administration, things change, rules change. So, but I have no doubt that Fortney did not serve, and he wasn't in the reserves. There's extenuating circumstances. Generally speaking, once you're medically discharged for pneumonia, they're not going to let you stick around. It's just you're done.
Right. And why would people who claim to be broke not take advantage of everything the VA offers? I don't believe it.
Well, yeah, he says, I mean, Medicaid definitely covers more than the VA. I mean, you're getting free state health care. It's some of the period. So,
Right. I
but that's all
appreciate.
I wanted to clear up. I don't want to
Okay.
hold up your time.
Oh, no problem. Listen, you and I could do a live together, and I would let you just talk, and I would listen and nod and take notes. Okay. I
I'd forget
appreciate
where I
what you
was,
do.
so I'd forget.
I appreciate everything you do while you were active and what you do now. You make so much sense of the things that some of us will never understand otherwise. So I
It's just common sense. You just got to read through their bullshit and pick apart their lies, and and it's the simple things that they can't answer. I give credit to some because some do their homework and do the studying, and they can spout off the top three answers you would ask somebody if they were a veteran. What's your MOS? What's your rank? And they know that. But if you just kind of twist it around a little bit or ask a different question, it always come out.
well, let me tell you, I used before I was doing this, I used to watch videos on YouTube of stolen valor, and especially in the airport. They would walk up to them and they could see the patches they had didn't make sense. But they would ask him some of those basic questions. And some of them were even smart enough to know the answers to like the top three questions. So they would seem legitimate. And then something else would be like your stolen valor, take it all, and they would show them and
Yeah,
be like,
it's
everybody, they're stolen valor. And I was like, people do that for real? But that was years ago. Now I know for sure. But I used to watch them be able to like literally look at the patches and be like, those two don't go together. This is Navy, this is Army. What are you doing? And some of them would try to lie, and some of them would be like, "Yeah, man, I just use it to get discounts and get on the plane first and stuff like that." And I was like, I cannot people believe that people would do that. But now I don't put anything past anybody.
yeah, it's you know, the internet and social media has made it really easy for someone to impersonate a soldier or law enforcement or anybody, and you know the laws really need to be changed because right now anybody can say that they're a veteran, and you know there's nothing you can do. It's protected free speech. Where you cross the
Shout out to
line is when you
Hefner.
start financially gaining from those claims and you're wearing a uniform or specific medals. I mean, patches don't qualify for stolen valor, but if you had a Navy Cross on or, you know, the Medal of Honor or a Silver Star, now you can be prosecuted. And I think most of them know that and they skate that thin ice.
Yep, I agree with you. I agree with you wholeheartedly.
So,
And now you could buy anything on the internet. Like before, I
yeah,
remember going into the Army and Navy store, and even they didn't sell certain things. But now the internet, you can buy anything. You could buy a used uniform at this point with all of the right
you can buy a DD 214.
Really? Yeah, the
Yeah.
dark web will give you anything. That's true. That's true. The
It's
dark
not even a dark. It's not even dark web. You can go to there. There's 100 websites from China or Japan. They'll make a DD two
Oh,
fourteen and make you an ID.
yep. Shout out to China and Japan. Y'all are always creating something to make it harder and at the same time making something cheap. Well, thank you for
Yeah,
coming
and I
on.
noticed. No, somebody made a comment about they won't discharge you for pneumonia. No, if you're ill, they will not discharge you because you have to be over that illness. So obviously with David, he had pneumonia and maybe his lungs weren't at full capacity, so he was discharged. But they won't immediately discharge you for being sick, you know, because then you're a liability. If they let you go while you're sick and you get sick 2 months later, well, they got to qualify to still continue to serve actively because your lung capacity could be reduced to 80% or there's a lot of different loopholes, but he was correct by saying they won't 80% or there's a lot of different loopholes, but he was correct by saying they won't discharge you for pneumonia. But if it's a chronic thing from that point on or it's affected your breathing, they're going to medically discharge you. Okay, drop me back down. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Carmen, when I close this, it may stop you, so you might have to request again. Ooh, sorry, guys. Oh, he figured it out. Oh, thank you, CJ. Okay, last person I'm letting up because this is going on. I don't usually do this anymore. Hello, Carmen. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. It would not let me. I seen it. It's like she kind of caught me because everybody kept saying, "Oh, that's Carmen," because my voice is so distinctive. I thought it
Uh-huh.
was funny. So then I went and changed my name from that Chasing Purple Dragons to something else. I'm not going to say it in here because they're probably watching.
Oh,
Um,
somebody is.
but my thing is, it's like with I kept saying, "Do you know what a DD 214 is? Do you know what dog tags are?" And it's like they both were actually so stupidly dumbfounded. And then he hesitated and then said, "Oh, well, I don't know where my dog tags are. I lost them." For
What?
one, if you lose them things, and people that are either military brats like me or had somebody family member, a child serve in the military. Well, so I'll just put it this way: my son went into boot camp out of Seattle as soon as he graduated. I took him downtown to the federal building, had him sworn in. The bus was waiting for him, so I shipped him off. And he went to Chicago for the Navy, the boot camp. He went through the entire boot camp, and they found out, even though all of his medical records were with his recruiting officer, he had a heart issue. He had a heart surgery at the age of 12. Well, then when there was a certain thing, when he had to dive down, his heart couldn't take it, so he had to hurry up. They had to hurry up and bring him back up. So he's correct. I mean, obviously, anybody that served in the military or has been around, family members and asked questions, they will not medically, or they won't discharge you. Okay, got his dog tags, uniform, all that, 2 uniforms. Then all that happened, so they kept him for about three and a half weeks before they finally just decided to honorably medically discharge him. My son is 33 years old. He now lives back out in Seattle, and he does get the VA benefits. And plus he works a normal, job. He works because he can work. It's like, I mean, his heart doesn't stop him from working, but he does get the VA benefits because he was medically honorably discharged.
And first of all, let me say thank you for your service and his, because I believe the families are there with them every step of the way. So I try to honor everybody, including the family.
Oh, well, thank you. But with my father went in at the age of 17 because they drafted him right after high school, right after he graduated back home in Missouri. And he went in for, it was, I think 12 years is what I remember my dad saying. He served in the Vietnam War. So it's like I have my father's everything, all except for he wanted to be buried with his dog tags and his important paperwork for the military. So I put his DD 214 in his hands, the way they had them crossed. I rolled it up like a diploma kind of thing, stuck it in between his hands. I put his dog tags around his neck before they got ready to close the casket and before we went off to the cemetery. So my father is laying in the ground. I have every single military thing that my father has ever had. It's like I have like his Purple Heart, everything on his uniform. It's like, I mean, I want to sometime or another get it framed. Right now it's in like a sealed vacuum plastic because I don't want, nothing happening to it.
Of course.
My father passed away in 2011, so it's like it's been some years. But stolen valor, it's like he's absolutely right though. It's like they will not just throw you completely out until they figure out what's going on.
Right. And if there's something that could be done, like.
Yeah, because there could be another job. And that's the thing. They were trying to find my son a job within the Navy that he didn't have to perform like
The deep dive.
The deep dive, but anything strenuous that was going to be strenuous to his heart. But there was just no jobs at that time. I shipped him off in 2010. He graduated 2010. That same day, I took him to the federal building. We got sworn in and everything. I cried like a baby.
Of course.
And then I turned around and moved from Seattle back home to Missouri, which I'm thankful I did because I got a year with my father before he passed.
Oh,
but
no.
My son had to be flown home to me. And I have pictures of me picking him up at the airport. It's like it seems like a lifetime when it was only months that you don't see your child. But knowing that they're in boot camp, I mean, it's hard on a parent or it's hard on any family member, that's raising a child. But it's like, I mean, it felt like I hadn't seen him in years. It's like, and I just grabbed the hold and I hugged him. But He came home in the white sailor uniform, and I have that
Oh,
downstairs. Same thing with my father in a vacuum sealed pack. I told him, I said, "You will not get your graduating cap and gown or your sailor uniform until the day I take my last breath."
I know that's right. And he'll get his grandfather's too.
Yep. Well, I have three
That's a
kids, so it's like
legacy.
my daughter will
Oh,
get my dad's. My daughter was
okay.
grandpa's girl.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
know,
but
it's like she's
that's
already spoken up for everything that grandpa had, that mom's got of grandpa's. She wants it, like anything of importance. So it's like I promised her that she will. I want to try and get a frame for both of those two uniforms. You know, it's like that way. It's like it would be framed, and it's like nothing will happen to it. That way, it's like they can have it when I take my last breath.
right. No, that's amazing. And again, I also honor the family because
Guardian, he's already been done. We've already done that. We've us as a whole family. It's like he's got two sisters, my two aunts, that are still alive. My side has my mother has already passed away, but we registered him that, and he's actually on the oh my god, what is that wall? I can't remember. It's like, but I used to go and visit that wall every single year with my father back home because his one main friend that he was doing, active duty with literally pushed him back, knowing that my father had a wife and children at home and he didn't. My daddy always said that man had some kind of intellection, it's like some kind of something. But he pushed my father back and he went in front of my father and got blown up on a mine. And my dad ended up with all these metal pieces that were in his inside of his skin and his stomach. And like my mother used to sit there and with tweezers and pull out these tiny pieces of metal things when it started working its way out. So yeah, he's already registered on all that. He's actually on the wall as well.
well, thank you, Carmen, for coming up. It's already
Absolutely. You want to drop me down?
okay, and I'm
Thank
so I
you.
have to go, but thank you for sharing your story and clarifying it even further. New Mexico Nana, I don't know if you were sent over here from them, but I do 9 people a day, so I ended with Tim and Angela. So no, this isn't a live about them, but they were certainly talked about because they stole money from a elderly disabled woman, told her they would pay her back and then did not, and she was going to have to pay a $90 fine on her mortgage, and so she had to take it out of her food money to do so. So that's one of the reasons why they're up here now. I heard that she said that she was gonna pay them back on Wednesday. How, when they have to pay for the room? I don't believe it. Or they will because they feel obligated to, because now we know, but they weren't ever going to pay her back. Because if he was, he would have came to his live and apologized for lying to her. Oh, really, New Mexico, Nana? Well, listen, I have to end now, but please come back Wednesday morning and have your story told. Please, because that is how we're able to prove what we say is accurate. So please, Wednesday morning I go live at 6:30 a.m. I stay live obviously late today, but usually until 19. If you can make it, please come and tell your story. Oh, they only need $30 because they begged last night. Cause they don't get an SSI check. Neither one. They both claim they work at McDonald's now. Okay, New Mexican Mama. Then I'm going to do a live at night on June the 21st. Okay, Karina. They do. They beg every day for a hotel room or food or whatever whatever. Of course I will, CJ. June the 21st, 8 p.m. Eastern, and I'd love to hear your story. Okay, thank you guys. You know, hug your loved ones. Tomorrow isn't promised. Please take 15 minutes for self care. And if you don't have 15, do 5. If you don't have 5, do 1. Because you can't help the ones that you love unless you are whole. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here the extra time. Please thank my mods. I appreciate you. And everybody who, I see you, CJ. I'm going to ring you later. Um, Everybody makes this work, not just me. Of course she is. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What, Carmen? Wait for what? Oh, I'm going in there. But I'm sure digital is blocked already. Okay, guys. I'm out. Thank you, thank you. And yeah, New Mexico Mama, I'll be looking for you. CJ, write that down. Because I'm going to write it down now. But between now and then, it's going to be a lot. Pennsylvania will put what? Veteran and licensed. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Yep, I'll see you in the streets or I'll see you Wednesday morning. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm out.